Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony, are about to make their return to the airwaves.
Opie and Anthony were pulled from the airwaves 2 years ago after a sex stunt at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Opie and Anthony are back, so why won't the FCC be able to touch them this time?
The duo has signed with XM Satellite Radio.
Their contract with Infinity expired back in May, but the no-compete portion is up until October.
No arrests have been made. Police are still investigating.
The blonde one, two so-called radio shock jocks.
Our society needs borders, needs parameters.
You dick!
They get their jollies by saying, let's keep pushing the envelope.
They were doing what they were paid to do. Shot.
Even when there are bucks to be made, there's a price to be paid in terms of the cultural degradations that we do not want to be associated with anymore.
Are you adequately prepared to rock?
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
My nipples are very sensitive.
You lack discipline. Stop whining. You belong to me. But I've got news for you. You are mine now. Take out the papers and the trash, or you don't get no spending cash. If you don't scrap that kitchen floor, you ain't gonna rock and roll no more. Yakety yak. Don't talk back.
No more. And he wants to be president of the United States of America.
Change the laws so I can be president. Look at me wrestling with the deficit.
This country is so effed up, it's not even funny.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. I'm just commenting.
Feel how soft my skin is.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I'm a police officer.
I'm a cop, you idiot.
Hey, welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Anthony. Good morning to you, little Jimmy Norton.
Hi, boys.
This is our 30th show on XM Satellite Radio. 30th show.
My.
We like to call it the One virus, spreading across America slowly but surely.
Like the herp.
The first high-profile radio show to go to satellite radio.
Yeah.
And we are loving it, Anthony. Absolutely loving it.
Oh, yeah.
Should we start the show by kissing Washington's ass so everyone could be happy today and not take things personally?
Want to thank you personally, Opie.
What?
For bowing out of a responsibility yesterday.
Well,
leaving it all up to your pal Ant.
I think at this point, the faithful listeners of this show understand everyone's roles on this show and know your role. And for some reason, I take a lot of the phone calls and meetings behind the scenes. I don't know why.
I'm a very busy man.
Because I guess I was the first guy in radio in this room, so maybe people look up to me because I might have a few more years' experience. I don't even know why anymore.
I think it's because you went to radio college.
Yeah.
So you might understand some of the lingo they assume I don't, I guess. I don't know. I think maybe they're frightened. I have no idea why. I think it's easier. I think you're more readily available. When we first started here, actually when we first got hired, I was getting a lot of the phone calls. I would look at my cell phone and go, oh, I know who that is. Volume down on the ringer, back in my pocket.
And Anthony's not even lying. He doesn't want to be bothered, ever.
Oh, never, ever.
Ever.
You have 10 messages.
Right. Oh, okay. 777, delete.
So I had a really, really, really bad day yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to bring the show down, but it's a personal thing that happened to my family 3 months ago, and it just kind of hit me yesterday. So I really didn't want to be here at all, okay? And someday on the show, I'll talk about, details of what happened. But so I didn't want to be bothered yesterday. I didn't even want to do the show. I was here. I put a smile on my face, and I was ready to do the show, and then we had another technical problem, and then I said, you know what, I really don't care. I just don't care, and I really want to just leave,
Right.
So after the show, they called me from Washington, and they wanted to talk to you and I.
Washington.
Obviously about the bitching that's going on, and I said, you know what, I am unavailable today. I will not be talking to you guys at all. Mm-hmm. And then, well, you think Anthony will be available so we can talk to him for a while?
Sure.
And I'm like, I don't know. So I called you and I pretty much begged you. I'm like, Anthony, please take one for the team and just take this phone call and listen to all the stuff they have to say that I've heard at least 10 times.
No problemo. Yeah, so I, stepped up, took the call.
Right.
I got like 2 pre-calls first. I get the call from Straley saying that I'm going to be getting a call. I love corporate. I love corporate thinking. You need 2 calls just to tell you you'll be getting a call. See, I don't understand it, but
we're trying, all kidding aside, we're really trying to understand this this place. I mean, it's just an amazing thing, this satellite radio. It really is. And where Anthony and I come from, it's just a whole different world. And we've never been corporate. We never will be corporate.
Right.
And we're trying to work together, and it's just tough.
Well, that seems to be the root of the problem here. I think a lot of management down in Washington assumes that we really understand this corporate mindset and how it works and how problems are supposed to be conveyed from the show to corporate in order to be solved. And it's not just a matter of emailing someone or calling them. There's this corporate protocol that everyone in the corporate world knows about, but we're like trying to get us to adhere to it really quickly, though, is like trying to dress up a monkey and send him somewhere. He looks the part, he's trying, but God damn it, he's still just a monkey.
Yeah, and
that's how we are.
I don't want this to be perceived as trashing Washington again. We just don't get it. We just don't understand this whole system that has been put in place.
But we're working on finding the common ground.
Right.
We have to understand how that corporate world works a little more in order to get things done and convey our issues and stuff to Washington. But dude, those phone calls.
I know. I told you. They're tough, aren't they?
And then you got to deal with what we said on the air, because I hear in the background, it's a conference call, so there's a couple of people in there, and I hear, all right, Anthony, we're going to tee this one up for you. Then blue sky it like, oh, okay.
And they act like it doesn't really bother them.
It doesn't bother them because they understand it's part of the show, but it so bothers them.
I know it does. Look, I got thick skin, and I can handle anything you throw at me, but others down here.
Yeah, there's other people down here.
Those others are you.
Right.
You're talking for
yourself.
Right.
I completely saw that.
I've been playing this game a long time. I know it bothers you, okay?
Some people don't, and then when
no one has thick skin when it comes down to it. A lot of people like to think they do, but no one does.
So then there's the head guy and more management, and I just lost my mind. I lost my mind at that point because then I just started unloading and kind of set the mood of the meeting. And this is something, I don't think you handle the meetings this way, because when I heard that some people are upset with some of the things being said on the air, I'm like, tell the motherfuckers that are upset they don't understand how a show like this operates. And if their fucking feelings are hurt, they can go fuck themselves.
Just don't listen
to the channel. Tell them to shit in their hat, because and this is how I'm talking. Shit in their hat.
Did you really say shit in the hat?
I think I did say shit in the hat.
What the hell does that mean? There's no coming back from that.
So much that I wanted to mix it up.
You wanted to spice it up with an S word?
Yeah, I wanted to spice it up a little bit. So they were. I don't even understand what the meeting was really about. Mm-hmm. It was kind of about how we handle the problems down here and how we should better handle them by involving the people in D.C. more.
Well, we just, we just need an office.
And then occasionally you could hear the ching, ching, ching from my poker game I was playing during the phone call.
We just need an office.
Right.
Anthony and I don't want to stay around here after the show because we've been sitting in these seats that we're sitting in now for about 5.5 hours straight by the time we get off the air.
And they need...
And there's people out there that work a lot harder and a lot longer days. We understand that. But to sit in the same seat and stare at each other for 5.5 hours and then have nowhere else to go to unwind and maybe talk to our guys behind the scenes and take phone calls from corporate and just relax and see what needs to be done, there's nowhere to go. Ben, our main producer, He was kicked out of a desk yesterday.
I know.
And there's so much work that has to be done. And he couldn't even do his work yesterday because the person's desk that he uses, they needed it. So Ben's like, well, now what?
Do you know what
So he had to go home early.
If we had an office, we could have actual conference calls from one area with all of us speaking with DC, all of them at one time. Right now, our conference calls amount to all of us being on our own cell phones in this building and trying to have a conference call. It's like,
Hi, yeah, DC? Yeah, well, you would, and, but the call,
yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Can, and where's Opie?
I'm over here, Anthony. I'm skating in Central Park.
What? I can't hear you because
Hey, let me just get around these horse and carriages and these cabs, and I'll be with you in a
minute. Those are our conference calls now.
I've taken so many conference calls on a cell phone as I'm going about 20 miles an hour in Central Park on my inlines.
I've never wished for a dead battery more, too. Like, I'm looking at my battery going, 1 bar left. Come on. Come on, you could croak on me.
Look, we love being at XM Satellite Radio. If you need your ass kissed, we love being here.
Apparently they do.
Anthony and I have talked about it behind the scenes. We're having more fun with satellite radio than we've ever had, and we've been doing radio for 10 years now, okay? We love being here.
Yeah.
But there's still things that just need to be worked out so we could do our jobs easier. I said it yesterday. To do a talk show every day, a 4-hour talk show, and we're not playing many commercials, so technically it's like doing a 5-hour talk show on commercial radio, if you follow me, okay? Because on commercial radio, you're not stupid. You know how many commercials they play. Guess what? We're filling up all that commercial time as well, which is making it a little harder to come up with 4 to 5 hours of material every day. And we depend on the phones tremendously. If we're having a slow moment or a slow day, you know, we could count on our listeners because they're pretty trained at this point to help us out. So when we don't have a phone system that works perfectly, that kind of takes us out of our game. It makes it much harder to do our jobs. Because that's what I said to Kevin yesterday. I go, Kevin, just fix my fucking phones. Because I didn't want to talk to any. I hung up on so many people yesterday. I just want to be left alone.
I understand.
And he was still trying to get me to meet. I'm like, I'm not meeting today. You could talk to Anthony. Anthony will, tell me what you guys talked about, and that's that. I'm not meeting.
There you go.
And I took a slight shot. And I hope he doesn't take it personally. I can't believe we have to kind of.
I know
people that have been in radio a long time.
That was the most surprising.
I said,
part.
just fix my fucking phones, and he goes, well, let's calm down here. You know, technically the phones aren't broken. It's the phone screening software that's broken. I go, all right, Kevin, let me explain this to you. The way I need to use the phones on a radio show is not working the way I need them to work. So they are broken.
Right.
You know, it was fun for the first 2 minutes to have the interns come running in with their little post-it saying, hey, line 2 has this and line 3 has this. And then it was fun to do the little AOL IM thing.
Yeah.
But that got old after 2 minutes, and then it was just a cluster F and really frustrating.
You know what the problem is? See, the vice president in charge of phones down there would get upset that you're goofing on the phones, saying the phones are broken. And he goes back and says the phones aren't broken. So the vice president in charge of phone software, it's actually his problem. So he's got to go to the vice president in charge of computer monitors at XM.
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm going here? There's so many people that you have to kind of go through that just saying the phones aren't broken, technically the phones weren't broken. But as they apply to this show, the phones... The overall phones that we use in some way, shape, or form were broken.
And you know what? You're going to have to get used to it. We're going to keep complaining until we got everything we need to make this show work.
Right.
Okay? I think the people in Washington, maybe they need to be up here on a regular basis, and they'll see what we're up against. You know, people that hate us, that don't want us using their desks. And I understand that. We come from different worlds. I'm not going to... say we're better than anyone, but, they don't like us. They just don't like us. And Ben needs to use a different desk every day.
Yeah.
And then he gets kicked out of that desk. We need our office done, simply. That's pretty much it at this point. I can understand when the phones go down, and, the studio is amazing, and we're very happy with it now. We worked out all the bugs in front of everybody. That was, the cause of a lot of the bitching, because we decided to go on the air knowing that the equipment would have to be fine-tuned. But we thought it'd be kind of fun for us and the listeners to show you the growing pains of putting a new radio show together.
Right.
So, but I don't think they really understand, unless they're here on a regular basis, what we're really up against to get this thing on, going every day.
Yeah. It's that whole thing between the creative side of a show and management side. You know, it's always butted heads, but I think we need more of an understanding of each other and what we do here, what they do there, and the people down there. It's a wonderful team. Everybody is working hard to make it work.
And there's a lack of communication coming from Washington because the latest problem was the office. We finally brought that up after not saying anything. And Keith the cop came in here on Monday, I think.
Yeah.
And, he was here like 3.5 weeks earlier. And the first thing he said was, oh, my God, the office is exactly the same. Now, if someone would have told me, well, they were having a little problem with the construction people or what have you, or there was delays, then, maybe we would understand. But all we saw in our stupid little pea brains is an office that's still not really being worked on.
Mm-hmm.
So so we think, we're not really a priority here. That's what I think. I start thinking, you know what, maybe we're just not a priority.
And did you get any calls or emails telling you, here's the reason that the office isn't done? None.
It's like, if I got an email or call saying, bear with us, this is what happened. We were doing, we were making some good progress, but construction has been, halted because of, I would have been all right with it.
They're down there, and they're a little pissed off down in Washington that we aren't communicating with them. We aren't sending them the emails or giving them the phone calls about what issues we have here. But I'm not getting any, and nobody here has gotten a phone call or an email telling us why the office isn't done. If there was a reason, an email that we got, that's fine. Okay, here's the problem.
Right.
Enough bitching?
Well, it's not bitching. It's just throwing it on the table.
Actually, we're commenting on the bitching. Right, Washington. Why can't we be friends? Our office isn't quite done yet.
Hey, that was good.
Will it be done next week? I wouldn't bet on it. Shit. Stink this early.
All right, enough of that, but that's the latest on that. And I couldn't be bothered yesterday.
No.
Maybe some people should look at a calendar and figure it out. It was a real rough day for me yesterday. But anyway.
When you take the meetings, are you, what are you doing? What are you doing physically when you take the phone meetings?
Pacing.
Are you pacing?
I pace back and forth from one end of my apartment to the other end of my lonely apartment.
I am in front of the video games.
And they think we bitch on the air. I am this close to tell them how I really feel on the phone, because the frustration is unbelievable.
You got to hold that in.
Yeah, Anthony and I are in a tough spot to begin with. We were at the top of our games when we got kicked off the airwaves for 2 years, 4 months, right?
Now we're rebuilding.
And it's frustrating. We want to be back to where we were, and we will be back to where we were.
Yeah.
But we need to, we need people around us to step it up.
Well, they want that too.
Step it up in many ways that we've talked about on this show, and we don't need to talk about again today because, I think everyone is getting bored with that crap. So
I was playing poker online, and then I switched. I was playing EverQuest 2 for a while when I'm in that meeting. They're hearing, through the phone, they hear... I'm casting spells. I'm running through the frozen tundras. I'm killing things.
If you guys only knew, man. I mean, if you guys only knew that the real difference between Anthony and I.
I am so not corporate.
Well, I'm not corporate.
No.
I have to deal with a lot of the BS behind the scenes.
You handle them a little more professionally, though, than I do.
I try. And Anthony can't be bothered. If all Anthony cares about, which is great, is just killing on the radio every day, which is awesome. That's one of his jobs.
Killing on the radio and killing on my computer games.
Right.
That's what I do.
And I have to do the phone calls where I pace back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, hearing the same thing. You
don't have to pick that phone up either. Just look at that number and go, up. There you go. Mute. Put that on mute.
Not a bad idea.
Works.
All right. What's up, Jimmy?
Nothing. Jimmy!
Did you guys see the front page of the Post today?
Got to applaud the New York Post. Once again, a very tastefully done cover. I remember years ago when Fred Astaire died, the headline was, "A Stairway to Heaven." Tacky. Just a little tacky. But this one really, what an unbiased paper the Post is. Just reporting the news. They have Yasser Arafat, of course. He died yesterday. They have his widow on the cover. Big, full front page picture of her crying. She's quite a hefty woman. She's got her double chin, her no chin. Look at that. She's weeping.
Was she a beard? There are rumors that he had AIDS. I mean,
oh yeah, they're trying.
Are
to
we ever
going
going
to
find that out?
For. The cover says, "The Arafat lady sings." Bravo, New York Post. Rich widow's farewell to Yasser. The Arafat lady sings, and there she is, fat and weeping, on the cover of the Post.
What did the cover of the Post say when we were fired? Did they have something witty to say?
I think it was Opie and Dopey.
Oh, the famous
fired.
Opie and Dopey?
Opie and Dopey fired.
Fired! So, well, they're all mourning in one place on the TV.
Oh, can we get the choppers there and just riddle them with lead? They're all in one spot. There's some town in Jersey. What is it, Jimmy? The town that's just full of these mutants?
I don't know which one you mean, but I don't know the name of it. So I guess I don't know which one you mean.
I guess not.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but I can't name it.
No low porches in that town for you to scurry under?
Ooh, Monster Rain.
Oh, we got a new
nice
Monster Rain song.
One.
There's a whole Monster Rain like battle going on.
It's a revolution, Ope.
I don't know if it's a revolution. The latest one is average at best. We'll get to that in a little while.
Okay.
But they're all they're there in Jersey, in this town that's just full of Muslims, and they were talking about Yasser Arafat on the news. They were interviewing these people, talking about him. One guy said, "He is our George Washington." What?
Ugh.
What? He is like our father and our savior. And they all the businesses in that area have these pictures. Did you know this place existed in Jersey?
Patterson?
Is it Patterson?
I think it's Patterson, yeah.
And they all just hang out there and
isn't that the same
hate America as they're making money?
But isn't that the same area that had them jumping up and down and applauding and celebrating when the towers went down?
Oh, it's applauding, as Rich Voss would say.
What, did I say applauding?
Yeah, that's totally correct.
Oh, okay. You scared me.
It's a little joke.
Know what's great about having Rich Voss on the show? I'm like an English freaking professor.
Oh my God! What a dolt! What an ignoramus!
If you think I mess up the English language at times, oh my God!
Worcester.
When I
was up in Worcester,
when I start
Mass.
feeling bad about myself, that's when you're gonna have Rich Voss on the show.
Oh.
He saved the show yesterday. He was hilarious.
Those kicks were hysterical that he was doing. Those karate kicks.
Short.
They were hysterical.
Are they
were
up
so
on Foundry?
Short.
The video up on Foundry of
Yep.
him kicking?
Oh, both Poe's and Voss's video. Up
Man,
on Foundry
the
and
video
Nolan.
of Poe is getting thumbs up. People are like, oh my God, where the hell did XM Satellite Radio get this guy from?
He couldn't hit Hervé Villachez in the chest with those kicks.
Oh, Voss,
They were so his little short legs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
We're lucky we got Master Poe. He was actually hired to work in Washington, and you know the way things work. They wound up just sending him here.
All right. You know what?
Fantastic.
You know what I think? I think Washington needs a little something from us today.
Okay.
What, like a little love?
I think we need to go around the room and give Washington a compliment.
A little love?
Little love.
What, one thing that we're very happy
Yeah,
with?
because they take things personally. Even though there's a lot of things we've said that was very nice. But
you want two buckets, one with nice things that we say about Washington?
But that's human nature in general. We've talked about this, ourselves. We could do a killer radio show, okay? We know when we're having a great radio show, and we know when we stink. We've been doing this a long time. We understand the game. We could have one of the best radio shows ever and get the email exploding. Hundreds of email. You guys are the greatest thing. You guys are, the best.
The cats meow.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are like that too. Just complimenting us on the show, and it's the best thing I've ever heard. No one does radio like you guys. And then you get one ass that sends that negative email in. You don't remember the hundreds of great ones from the fans. You always just focus on that. Well, this is the old days because I don't care anymore. And then you get the one, that says something, and that's the one you remember as you're trying to go on with your day after the show.
No one ever writes to compliment.
Exactly. And we have said a lot of great things about Washington. I want to thank them, Anthony, for the state-of-the-art studio.
Oh, Is that what you're blessing them for?
Yeah, now that we understand how all the buttons work and we got the right microphone.
Is this like a prayer of thanks to Washington?
Yeah, I want to thank Washington.
Thank you, Washington.
I want to thank them for this fine, fine state-of-the-art studio.
Fine studio.
And your turn.
Want to thank them for not bothering me with those meetings.
No.
All right. I would like to thank them for... Let me look around. Let me
No,
think.
I took care of the studio. You got to do, something else.
Oh, you get the studio?
That's why I went first.
I know. That's the easy one. Wow. I want to thank them for
hiring you?
No.
No?
That's their plus. They should be thanking us.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Boy.
Yeah, I like that.
You know
Being
how much?
cocky.
You know how much promotion they're getting from signing us?
Right. I like that we have management that call themselves things like ELO. Isn't that great? Don't you love that? Eric Logan called himself ELO.
I kind of like it, though.
You like the ELO thing?
Yeah, he kind of leaves...
it is funny.
He leaves messages on my phone sometimes. Hey, it's ELO.
Oh, ELO.
I like it. It's kind of like we're, buds.
Yeah.
We're buddies. We're in this together. Jim?
Yeah.
Say something nice about Washington.
I'm thinking.
I wanted to say studio, so this is going to be
Yeah,
difficult.
Opie ruined it for all of us. Can't we just do one collective thank you for the studio?
No. They worked really hard on the studio,
Okay.
and I want to acknowledge that.
How about thank you for the other little studio that you're building.
Oh,
Master
wow.
Control behind the glass?
That's good.
That's
and
good.
also, thank you for building the little Frank's Place studio over there so he can have his little area and be happy, and we can have our little area. So thank you for resolving that conflict
I didn't get
nicely.
those thank yous.
Sorry that Frank's Place is the size of a closet.
It really
But
is
we had
awful.
nothing to do with that.
Thank
There
you
ain't
for
enough room in here to bang a broad standing up. Wouldn't Frank just be aggravated at that little
I
closet?
hate it.
Go ahead.
Hate it.
Go ahead.
Thank you for building a security area. It's not finished yet, but they're building a nice little security area
Yeah.
so no one can walk in and shoot your pals.
I know.
Thank you for doing that. That's nice.
Oh, like they're going to get past Master Poe. I want to thank XM Satellite Radio for hiring
I want to thank
Master
for Master Poe. Shit.
No, I got that one too.
Almost got it in before you did.
I could do with him, not, I don't like when he checks the bathroom before we have to go in there, but in general, I like
checks.
I want to
be in
thank
there with a grenade.
I want to thank XM Satellite Radio for hiring Master Poe. Anthony, you still haven't gotten one.
Can I thank him for something I haven't gotten yet?
No.
No.
I don't think that's fair.
Oh yeah, you can.
How?
Because they were thinking about you. I know what he's going to say.
The computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, get me one kick-ass gaming computer.
Anthony's going to get a
Cleverly disguised as something I need for the show.
Anthony's going to get a state-of-the-art computer for his gaming.
Alienware.
I think you can only thank for things that you have.
Yeah, Anthony.
Can't thank for future wishes.
Can I pray to Washington for the computer?
No, you got to thank them for something.
Thank them. Let me look. I have nothing.
You could say something nice about the people down there.
Yeah.
Thank you for my trio that I get to check websites when I'm on the road. No?
Oof.
Okay, let me think more.
You're not happy here, are you?
I am so happy, but I'm happy to be in this lovely studio that you thanked them for already. Damn it.
You really did take the good one.
Of course I did.
Everybody else is
I'm
crap.
not stupid.
Thanks.
One thing I'm not is stupid. All right, well, why don't you just think about your thank you?
Think about that.
Why don't you thank Eric Logan for never saying ELO on your phone ever?
Well, I can't because it happens.
This is ELO. You might remember me from the 70s.
All right, what do you want to do? We could take a break, or we could play a U2 song.
No, we can't.
You don't want to hear U2?
I thought that was
We're allowed to play them today.
We're allowed to play it.
Really?
We got the A-OK.
All right, here's the deal. We could go to Washington and play a comedy bit, or we could play like a track from U2.
I say U2.
Wow, and you don't even like U2.
Well, if that's to choose between one of the three rotating comedy bits.
No, don't. We got. Well,
I'd like to.
There's a problem with that too. I guess other people are being blamed for that.
Oh, really?
And they kind of work for us.
We have to have a meeting.
Is this? Oh.
On whose responsibility that is.
All right, why don't we play a U2 song instead of taking a break? And then
George Washington is like Yasser Arafat. Except he doesn't,
throw one in there, Ben.
Yasser doesn't chop down cherry trees. He chops off heads. He's not like George Washington.
Well, that's
He's a vulture and a savage.
That's why we'll never get along. Because not to say that I won't even say that George Washington was a greater leader, but they're so opposite.
You could
on the
compare.
spectrum that there's no way we're going to ever somehow come to an understanding.
You're right, because somebody could compare him as being some rebel leader that was trying to oust people that were in there, and you could draw a similarity between someone like that and George Washington. But yeah, Opie's just saying that the fact of the matter is, regardless of what each side believes, we hate each other. And the hatred isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It doesn't matter how many politicians you get in front of, shake the hands like they did in front of Bill Clinton that day, and get the Peace Prize. There's just a deep hatred amongst these people, and that just doesn't seem to be going away. Who are they getting? Who's on deck? Who's in the terrorist on deck circle for Yasser?
His name is Abbas.
Abbas. It's a nice name. Couldn't we
they're
have
all
a
named
Bill or a
Abbas.
Bob or something?
Yeah.
They're all
Abbas.
named Abbas.
Very appropriately, because that's what most of them get onto with bombs strapped to their belts. Rotten creeps.
All right, with that, we're going to play a U2 song. When we come back, we're going to play the audio from the Channel 9 piece. Channel 9 here in New
great.
York did a little piece on Opie and Anthony.
Not too much editing.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. It's
on
pretty
my
funny.
side.
We talked for about 20 minutes, and they cut it down to a 2.5-minute piece.
The teaser that they play at during the wrestling was a chop job.
We'll get into all of that after this U2 song, okay?
What song?
We're going to play Love and Peace or Else from How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. It's U2 on the Opie and Anthony Show. We'll be back right after this song.
Lay digging. I wonder where is the love? Where is the love? Love and peace.
Brand new U2 Love and Peace or Else from How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb.
Ooh,
on the Opie and Anthony Show on XM Satellite Radio. That's pretty cool, right?
I like how you gave your rock jock back cell there.
I don't have it in me to do that anymore.
No?
Nah, I used to really be able to sell music.
You really were like...
I was.
It sounded like you were thrilled to be playing it.
Oh, I was great at it, but now it's like, whatever.
Hey, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Ugh. Hey, Leonard Skinner and Freebird on the home of rock and roll, 102.3 WBAB.
That was it.
And it's 2 for Tuesday, so we're going to be playing Call Me the Breeze right after Freebird.
Oh, you sounded thrilled.
I knew how to sell it, man. Oh, another block party weekend.
What was a block party weekend?
It was 3 in a row, Anthony.
3 in a row? Isn't that a threefer?
That would be a triangle, I think. It's a triangle weekend. Yeah, why 3 songs make a block?
A block.
A block of Led Zeppelin on this block party weekend on the Fox.
Is that what block party weekend means, that they're playing blocks of songs?
Yeah, 3 songs.
Oh, I never even knew that.
3 songs makes up a block.
Ugh.
Yeah. Not to be confused with the foreplay weekend where the 4th track is always live.
Wow.
Or the 5 o'clock funnies.
Awful.
Or the 5 o'clock traffic jam, where you jam 3 songs in a row for all those commuters stuck in traffic.
Or don't forget, Get the Lead Out.
That's right, Get the Lead Out.
We're going to be playing Led Zeppelin on your drive home. On WWW.
And I worked for a station. We were the first ones to do mandatory Metallica.
There you go.
Mandatory Metallica.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory.
God, I hate radio people.
Isn't it just awful?
They're just cornballs.
Nothing new. It's the same old rehashed crap.
They probably were good at one point. Like, that was probably really cool. At
Probably
one point,
cutting edge.
You know, there was a time radio was great. When I was working at WCMF in Rochester, it wasn't great back then. It was already starting to get corporate and stuff. But they had their 20th anniversary, and my job was to go through all the old air checks from all these old jobs.
As Spuds Buckley, or was this as
no,
yourself?
No, man, Spuds Buckley was when I was in Buffalo. This was
Sorry,
Rochester.
I got that confused.
And
who were you, Buds Spuckley?
I would love to get those tapes. Somehow, I'll have to make some calls and try to find them. These air checks from these guys, I mean, all they used to do was get really, really stoned and played whatever they wanted. That's what radio was all about in the early days.
FM was, yeah.
You know, way before our time.
Yeah.
And now it's to this point where, how we started the show today, how it's corporate.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, even we don't understand it, you know? So these guys would get really, really stoned and look out the window and talk about how the snow is falling as they're playing music.
Yeah.
They didn't read liners about, you know, some stupid appearance at some stupid mall or some stupid jewelry store.
Were they like Clint Eastwood and Play Misty for me?
Oh, well.
Remember that? He's like, yeah, I got to write some poetry for my show tonight. That is the best movie ever. It's a movie about Clint Eastwood plays a DJ, and the studio is in some lighthouse somewhere, like by San Francisco.
It was San Francisco, I believe.
And he gets this woman that keeps calling him up saying, play Misty for me. It's her favorite song, the song Misty. And she winds up being this stalker. And the best part of the movie, the story is, it doesn't matter at all. The best part is him describing what his show is. Yeah, I gotta write some poetry. Like he would just recite poetry during his show. In between playing the song Misty. That's what we need to do.
But that was...
Write some poetry,
But that
man.
was what FM radio was all about. I mean,
as the fog rolls in off the bay, I sit here, gazing out my... Shut up!
You know, you had to be a pothead or,
Yeah,
or,
it was
or drop
definitely
acid. And
drug culture.
I've heard from some of the old timers that was part of the, the interviewing process. They want to know how many drugs you did.
Wow. And if you were straight laced, out.
Yeah.
Back to AM radio.
Yeah.
Broadcasting sports.
Then these stupid suits got involved and really wrecked radio. And that's why satellite radio is going to continue to take off. Because
You know all
it's
that
a whole new
time-
approach that is happening.
Genre.
You know that time you're spending talking to the audience? That could be best spent having a sponsor talk to the audience. Because we can make money off of that time.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, 18 minutes of commercials.
Yeah, exactly. You know. But there you have it.
But here is the revolution, Opie.
The revolution
And I
is
want
here.
to thank XM Satellite Radio for having that, for that freedom that we have to do a show the way we want to do it. Is that my thank you? Yes, it is. I'm thanking XM Satellite Radio for giving our show the freedom to do the show that we want to do.
All right, good.
I have to thank you for XM Satellite
Oh, you
Radio.
do?
Yeah.
I want to thank you for making units that a human being can carry without needing a hand truck, unlike other shitty satellite companies.
There you are. He's thanking the technical people.
The new air conditioner unit. Just put it hanging out your window and play your favorite songs. Ugh.
It has 1,000 tubes and takes up an entire room.
I was talking to our old pal Sean Hannity last night online.
Oh,
he was asking how it's going. I said it's going great. We're
Yeah.
really happy, and we're able to speak our minds, and we know we're in the right place. And then he was asking me, so what do you think about Howard's move? You know, and I'm like, it's the stupidest move of his career.
Yeah.
and he doesn't even know that yet. Eventually, he will. You know, because the little doggy company is so far behind, it's not even funny. You know, he's in for a rude awakening. He has no idea.
I can't wait till he's one of the guys at Sirius going, I haven't been paid in 3 months.
Right.
I need my paycheck.
He has no effing idea. That's the funny part about it. And he could have been with XM Satellite Radio, but he didn't want to be working at the same place as you and I.
I haven't gotten my $10 million check for this week.
Right. He has no clue. So I was giving Sean Hannity all the scoop, you know, because Howard's being all cocky and wants Sean Hannity to debate Al Franken. And
Why?
Sean Hannity stuck up for us. He's like, "Hey, Howard, I'll do that when you comment about all the things Opie and Anthony are saying about you.
Yeah.
How you had that gag order put on them.
And everywhere it's written about or talked about, it's, the alleged gag order that was on. It happened. Howard Stern went to Mel Karmazin and told him to tell our boss to have us shut up about Howard. That's what happened. It wasn't our boss saying, hey, why don't you shut up about Howard? I like the guy. It was Howard running, crying to Mel. The champion of free speech. The guy that's being censored. Crucified by the FCC. Gagged now by his own company because he can't talk about his move to Sirius. That's the guy that went to Mel Karmazin crying because we were talking about him and talking about his children and talking about his girlfriend. All the personal little items that he made a career on over the years, bashing people about. Talking about Mancow's dead father. Talking about Mark and Brian. Talking about Brother Weeze and his children. All this stuff. Talking about that guy in Chicago, how his whole family should get AIDS and die. All that stuff.
John DeBella.
All the personal jabs that he took at these people. The second we turned it around on him, he ran crying to Mel Karmazin and made us shut up with the risk of being fired. And now all you hear about is how, I can't talk about Sirius because Viacom's put a gag order on me. How does it feel, fuckhead? How does it feel, huh? Not too good. Apparently not too good because you're crying about it every 2 seconds. Why, Robin? I can't talk about anything. Why? Viacom's making me shut up. Where's my daddy Mel? Why did Daddy Mel leave Viacom? Wah, Robin. Boo. Boo. I'm crying. It sounds the same as hoo-hoo, only with a boo in front.
My daddy doesn't love me anymore.
Why?
My daddy doesn't love me anymore.
Allison. Well, I can't talk about Sirius, Allison. How much is that check I got to write for you? Boo!
Same guy. Same guy.
Same guy.
And we continued to talk about him, so then they just started dumping out of our show, and then it came time to renew our contracts with Infinity Broadcasting, and we insisted, if we were going to stay with the company, that there was something but placed in our, I'm going to say placed in our contract that stated that we could talk about anybody we wanted.
Yeah, now we wouldn't put that in the contract in the first place if we didn't have this problem with him. It wouldn't have been in the contract. But we made them put it in the contract. We were allowed to talk about anybody we damn well pleased.
It's in writing.
In writing, in the contract. And you know what happened? The first time we brought that out, wow, Mel. And again, they made us shut up. And we said, look, it's in the contract. And you know what we were told? Who cares?
Tough shit.
You know something?
They said tough shit.
And not only did they say that, they go, okay, we won't fire you, but we're going to fire your boss, Ken Stevens, and we'll fire your program director, and we'll fire everyone that we hire after that if you do talk about it. That's what happened. Wah, I'm being censored. It's a conspiracy, a government conspiracy, Robin, against me. You're the biggest, you're guilty of the same thing. Jerk off. Have fun. Good. I hope they hold him to his deal and make him sit there miserable, not being able to talk. Then you'll know a little bit about how it feels, you jackass. Where's my Sirius? Hello? Who's the boss over there?
Hi, Joe Clayton.
No, they're going to get rid of Joe Clayton. That's very obvious. I already know. I don't know who the new guy's going to be.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, it's Howard Stern. Look, I haven't been paid in like 3 months. Yeah, no, and I hear a lot of other people over here at Sirius haven't been paid in 3 months. Where's the money going? I got to write alimony checks for my pal Allison. Allison. It's all about Allison. I need to be paid, so when can I expect that check? Don't make me call Mel.
Tool.
There you have it.
Tool. Good. Have fun. Have fun.
Whining and complaining about a gag order.
Him whining about a gag order.
It gets funnier every day with that asshole.
So he's
it's the same crap he pulled on us, and now it's happening to him, and now he doesn't like it. Ooh.
Yeah.
What an ass.
And he's the guy. He's the champion of free speech. Making this show shut up because he was threatened by this program.
This was the show that he didn't want anyone to hear. Simple as that.
The strategy for years and years, believe me, I listened to a lot of his show growing up in the 80s. Remember when it was funny and creative and he was actually portraying himself as a regular kind of guy? You'd listen and it was entertaining. You didn't imagine he was the type of scumbag that was running behind people's backs, running to bosses, crying. And when he would rip apart a jock, you didn't realize back then that he was taking on the easy marks, the people that didn't fight back. That's easy. And the strategy for these morons that sat there and took his crap for years and years because their boss told them the best thing you could do is not address it at all. Just sit there like DeBella and get pulverized. But then the second a show like ours comes along and fights back and actually talks about him, and it's funny, and it's entertaining to listen to,
even his listeners,
mocks him.
Even his listeners enjoyed it.
Right.
We had hardcore Stern fans emailing us going, hey, man, I listen to him every morning, have for many years, but, man, that was funny what you said about him today.
Because it's true stuff.
Right.
You know, you grow up listening to the guy, you know what he's all about, and it's easy to make fun of something you're very familiar with. So that's what we did. And it was off of his playbook. He didn't know how to deal with it. It wasn't a jock that would sit back and take his dick and sit there and not do anything. So what did he do? Got on the air and fought back? Try to rip Opie and Anthony to pieces and send us down the river like Mark and Brian or DeBella? No. Mel. Wah. Boo-hoo-hoo. They're talking about me. Make them stop. Make them stop talking about me.
Yeah, we weren't in Mel Karmazin's office January 2nd. Couldn't tell you the year anymore. Getting yelled and screamed at.
Yeah.
Yelled and screamed at.
Uh-huh.
And this was when we were pretty much number one in at least 12 to 15 cities.
Uh-huh.
Just getting trashed by the company because Howard couldn't take it.
Yep. Hey.
That's the thanks we got back then.
Uh-huh.
So, and now it's happening to you. Have fun with it.
Yep.
Have fun.
Enjoy it. I hope they hold you there. Ooh, I just hope they hold you and make you shut up. Make you shut up about it. So you can't talk about what you want to talk about. How about that? It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Jackass.
All right.
And I don't want to hear from anybody. You listen, you're a fan, that's fine. That isn't even what we're getting at. I could hate the guy personally. Is his show popular? Hell yeah. I remember listening and being very entertained by it many years ago. I haven't listened in quite a while, so I don't know. But people enjoy his show. That's fine. That isn't my point. The point here is he's a phony hypocrite. And there's no one that could call up or write me that can argue that point, because we lived it.
I got to bring up one thing. It might be a little uncomfortable, but he threatened to put your ex on his show.
Oh, please.
And thinking that was going to shut us up. So we heard about that, and we went after him so freaking hard that he never mentioned it again.
Nope.
And shut his face.
Yeah.
Absolutely shut his face. Couldn't get that done. Huh, Howie? You knew you couldn't go down that road.
First of all, I talked about everything having to do with my divorce on the air. I talked about it, even though I probably wasn't supposed to. There isn't any secrets.
No, I know
there really
not.
isn't. It was everything that was there was spelled out.
When the Post and the Daily News talks about the threesome you had,
there you go. It's pretty much
out in the open.
Fair game. The Post. Oh, when they were sitting in the courtroom, and I'm looking from the witness stand, and I'm seeing the Post guy write, and I'm just like, oh, I'd like to settle. I'd like to settle, please.
I don't care if it's going to cost me more money.
I don't care what it costs.
Please.
That's the guy from the New York Post right there.
Yeah, please make the reporter put his pen down.
Sordid details. But then Howard, threatens like, I'll get your ex-wife on the show. Oh, really? What do you think would be more entertaining? You talking about my divorce or me talking about yours? Huh? Because, what a treat that must have been to live with Howard Stern for Allison. Whatever money she got, it probably wasn't enough. Probably wasn't enough to live with that. Ugh. What a guy. And what a parent you must have made for those kids. What a parent. Love me, Daddy. Remember Howard would say that? He would get on the air and start talking about jocks that are his clones. Jocks that would copy everything he does. Yeah, right. And say that what they were doing was asking Howie for love. Them copying Howard is a cry of them going, love me, Daddy. He'd sit there going, oh, love me, Howard, love me, Daddy. Maybe you should have spent a little more time getting your kids to say that, huh? Love me, Daddy. Maybe then there wouldn't have been certain problems that we can't address for legal issues.
We could address them.
Yeah.
And we have.
You know something? We
know things.
We vaguely went over some things, but apparently there were some problems at another station's radio promotion.
Jingle Ball.
Yeah. And all it showed me when I found out the details was there is a kid that isn't getting enough attention, and perhaps Daddy should have spent a little more time.
He's too busy walking to Vincent Eddie's with his hot new girlfriend.
Right. Too busy ragging on other people about their parenting.
Too busy walking up Columbus Avenue with your tiny little rat dog, you faggot. I've never seen a bigger faggot in my life. A 6'6" guy walking a rat dog.
That must be
Who
cute.
made you get that dog?
You know it was
faggot?
his chick. Howie.
Walking
it's cute. Oh, okay, sweetie.
Walking a Blockbuster on Broadway with his little rat dog.
We're picking up Bridges in Madison County because Beth wants to watch it. There you go. Maybe you should have spent a little more time.
And he's still at it. He has his message board. He is so obsessed with you and I because he can't figure us out.
Yeah, he had us banned from his board. And he mentioned.
Well, we're not going on there, but our fans are.
Yeah.
And they get banned within seconds.
Yep.
He must have a guy that's all he does is look out for O&A mentions on his message board. He can't even take that.
You know it kills him that he is the second guy to go to satellite radio. And there's nothing he can do about it, and there's nothing anyone can say that changes history. He's the second big show that goes to satellite radio.
Did Jimmy go to the Brooklyn Diner for some food? Jimmy? What? Oh, hey, he's coming back in the studio.
Oh, that's right.
Right here,
we haven't heard.
Hey, what's up, Jimmy?
He's eating.
Enjoying my bagel.
Oh. Here it is. My club soda, banana, bagel, little sausage.
Sausage. Steve from Long Island, what's up?
Put in a little sugar.
Hey, Steve.
Wine.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Nothing. I remember when that hook-nosed Jew tried to claim that he created Whip 'em Out Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. The greatest, you know what?
Dustin Hoffman?
You know, the greatest radio promotion ever is Whip 'em Out Wednesday, okay? It is the greatest thing. Ant and I figured a way to get people to put bumper stickers back on their cars.
Oh, I saw the first brand new XM Wow sticker yesterday driving home. First time I saw it on a vehicle. It was on the back of a truck, and above it was Wow O&A on XM in the dirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I showed him my tits when we drove by.
I'm still waiting for mine, guys.
Yeah, it happened. It's like fishing. You got to put the bait out there, and then before you know it, you get that nipple.
I believe that Howard's insane, actually. So the whole Whip 'em Out Wednesday thing that we've been doing for 7 years, he claims that we ripped him off.
Ripped him off. I told people years ago to tie a bandana around their antenna. How long ago did the cars even have antennas? What? I told people, and I called it aerial flashing or something. Guy's insane. He is certifiably insane.
All right, well.
When I was working on the polio vaccine, this guy Jonas Salk, rip off a clone, comes up with this vaccine for polio. But everyone knows Howard Stern invented the polio vaccine.
You know, I think at this point he just doesn't want to do a radio show.
I invented black people, Robin.
So
you were the first.
He spent the last 2 years railing on Bush because he had nothing else to do on his show.
Right.
And now that that's over with and Bush got reelected, and now he needs something else to waste time. So now he's going to just, whine and complain how he can't do anything on his show because he has a gag order.
Yeah.
So then that'll be the excuse for actually not doing a radio show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Well, we were on UPN 9.
It was all downhill after Billy West left, and then once Jackie left, bye-bye. I don't care.
We're very honest on the show. I will say one thing. Artie is awesome.
Hey, Artie's a pisser. He's really funny. But there's a chemistry thing that changed, and the whole complexion of the show changed when Billy West left, and that was because Howard was being a fucking scumbag to him. Cough up some of that money, you cheap fuck. Jesus Christ, the guy was brilliant. Brilliant. And he had to go elsewhere to do cartoon voices to make a few bucks because your cheap bastard wouldn't open up your wallet.
And Billy
the same thing with Jackie.
Billy doesn't even acknowledge him anymore.
No, Billy isn't even friends with the guy anymore. And he was a huge part of that show back when it was really, really funny, back when it was at the height, back when he had that fan base that would do anything for him. And then, goodbye. And again, the Jackie thing. The guy was there from the beginning, from the NBC days. Jesus Christ. What does he want? He wasn't asking for $1 gazillion. Give him some money.
So we were on UPN 9 last night, huh?
Right.
I went to bed. How did it look?
Awful.
It did?
Oh, dude. First, they hacked up the teasers, the little things they put on during the show before the news, to say, coming up, shock jocks. And they cut it up with me saying something that sounded like I just want to go out and molest a young child.
Really?
Pretty much. You remember that episode of The Simpsons? Remember the episode of The Simpsons when they cut up Homer talking about the girl and it was sexual assault or sexual, not abuse either, harassment.
Okay.
And they cut it up, and the clock is behind Homer, and it's showing all different times because they cut it up. That's what I felt like watching that.
Really?
It was just hacked up.
Well,
I like having sex with young children. It was like really bad, cut up.
Well, we got the teasers, and then we got the piece. The piece was what, like 2 minutes long?
Yeah.
We got great Michael Jackson audio, too, we're going to get to in a few minutes.
Haradu.
All right, here's the first teaser they did on UPN 9 News.
They hit me in my face. A woman who says an argument with her former boss got her punched in the face.
Also, the link between mobsters, gang members, and college students, and what one little pill has to do with it.
A violent crime is caught on camera. A woman seen chased and abducted. The mysterious crime coming up.
And then later, New York's most notorious shock jocks are back on the air.
The hottest sexual subject?
would be underage sex.
We'll go behind the scenes
You
with
could
Opie
hear.
and Anthony.
You could
coming
hear
up.
that isn't the way I said that. would be underage sex. Underage sex.
Just makes it sound like we're spending our time talking about underage sex. We're
Well,
pedophiles
we
doing a radio show.
Underage sex. Like you could tell I said something after that. Oh, man.
Well, what you said after that, we were commenting on the story about the lady that kind of seduced the 8-year-old.
Yeah. Hottest stuff or the hottest sex.
But they don't
Underage
put
sex.
that in the piece. It's
Underage
It's that
sex.
you're all about underage sex.
How great is that? Underage sex.
And what's scary is the news does this with everything.
Oh, they do. They do. They will piece things together to make it sound like that.
Did you hear that,
my
Norton?
God.
What?
You got to hear the way they piece together me saying underage sex after the hottest sex.
Yeah, you can come back to the studio. We're done with the Howard.
Yeah, we're done.
I just went to get some skim milk, boys.
Relax.
You got a bowl?
I sure do.
Good, Jimmy.
And I do respect you for not jumping on the pile. I totally get it.
Yeah, you understand why I don't.
I totally get it. You know, that would be phony and fake. You don't have a problem. We have many problems. All right. Yeah, listen to the last part, the teaser.
New York's most outrageous shock jocks are back.
Wait. What happened?
No, that's a different one.
How did that? Oh, I'm sorry.
She didn't beat you up, did she?
No, it was really a kind of a non-issue piece. But the way they pieced together one of my lines, a couple of my lines, they pieced it together where I didn't say that, but it sounds really bad.
Yeah, here it is, somewhere in here.
On the air.
The hottest sexual subject would be underage sex.
We'll go behind the
After
scenes with
would
Opie
be,
and Anthony
they
coming
put in
up.
underage sex. You can tell it's something different. It's from something different.
You guys don't have the original,
Of course not. That would
No.
be smart.
either one.
I think it's funny. I don't care.
That's ridiculous.
It's great.
And then
It's
here's
great. Underage sex.
Underage.
Here's the second teaser.
Still ahead on UPN 9 News. Reebok wants to pump you up. We'll show you the latest technology for sneakers next.
New York's most outrageous shock jocks are back with a new show. I'm Pat Collins. Coming up, we go behind the scenes with Opie and Anthony.
And then I'm watching it last night, and the shot from the corner that they did of the both of us talking on the air, that was cool. That was your basic radio shot. But then that shot where they set up the blinding white lights in front of us and put us against the black background after the show, your close-up shot looked like you combed your hair with an M80. It was like, you're like Einstein head. And me, forget about it. I look like I absolutely need 18 hours straight in a tanning booth. I'm like the white light, pasty, pale, just awful. Awful. That's what happens. I don't know why they use that light. Remember the McEnroe show?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
The lighting is so subdued and nice and natural. Why can't they just use natural lighting in when they do news things? They pull out those spotlights, and it just hits you in the face. This white fluorescent.
Well, it makes you squint too.
Yeah, so
it makes you close your eyes a little bit, and we're kind of tired to begin with. It's just not.
It was awful.
It's just not a good look. I guess you know what? I think we need to hire makeup and hairdressers.
You think so? We
Like
need
other guys.
makeovers?
Yeah. Get our makeup done every day.
An O&A makeover on UPN 9 News.
Hey, guys, let's turn it into a Queer Eye. That'd be a hoot.
Hey, Queer Eye. We'll fight some faggots over to gussy us up and fix our houses.
That's what you want, is dirty, ass-fingering hands in your face.
Let's get a full-time makeup artist, Anthony. Full-time makeup artist.
Yeah, we need that. Makeup and hair guy to follow us around for when we walk our little shitty dog.
Little rat dog.
We'll just make Steve C do it.
Oh.
Make Martini Steve do it.
Oh.
All right, well, and now here's the piece.
Oh, okay, we got
with
the piece
Pat
now.
Collins. If you need to stop, let me know, okay?
Two other shock jocks are already on satellite radio. Opie and Anthony were yanked off the air a couple of years ago.
Oh, wait, this goes from the Howard piece? All right, let me listen to this. See, Howard, who thinks he's the first to go to satellite radio, another lie that he likes to tell. He tells a lot of them.
Well, this is not much of a shock, but Howard Stern wants out of his job. Stern claims that his current bosses at Viacom are censoring him and they're threatening him. The shock jock is set to launch a new show on Sirius Satellite Radio in 2006. He says that he'd be willing to make the move from K-Rock sooner.
Oh, wait, then it goes to this.
Two other shock jocks are already on satellite radio. Opie and Anthony.
You hear that, Howard? You hear that?
Already.
They were yanked off the air a couple of years ago, but Pat Collins tells us they are back and badder than ever.
2 years ago, Opie and Anthony were fired by WNEW-FM after a scandal that involved a couple allegedly having sex in St. Patrick's Cathedral. The banished shock jocks are now back. They will appear as part of the New York Comedy Festival Saturday night, and they are totally uncensored on their new satellite radio show.
The hottest sexual subject would be underage sex.
The hot topic here is...
What a bad,
Isn't that good?
bad edit that is.
Isn't that great?
Holy shit, that's supposed... I mean, I liked her, but that's news. You can't do that on the news.
Listen to that.
Well, the reason... Yeah, well, there was more to it.
Yeah.
Because she asked us that, and we said, well, the hottest...
Wow.
We were talking about the front page of the papers where it was that older lady with the 8-year-old boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they made it sound like that's what we want to do on satellite radio, is talk about underage sex.
What else do they do over there at UPN 9? Do they put together photos of Oswald holding rifles with incorrect shadowing? Wow, is that bad?
Well, actually, Oswald was the lead singer, and then the other guy was playing
the keyboard,
and the other guy...
I saw that picture.
And the other guy was playing the guitar. That's what really was going on there. It was a punk rock band.
No,
it wasn't Opie. It's great.
Yeah.
Opie, no, it wasn't.
No, I believe that photo. Because, like, Oswald's bent over, and he's got the microphone in his hand. You ever see that shot?
Screaming out some lead vocals. That is really funny, that one.
Patsy.
The hot topic here is the Connecticut receptionist who allegedly seduced her 8-year-old neighbor.
At least she acknowledged that was the story.
Wait, we might have to retract.
No, because the way... I don't know, it just put that image right from the
No, but
get-go.
the way you said they edited you saying you didn't just unless it's a glitch in the tape, which
censored on their new satellite radio show.
The hottest sexual subject would be underage sex.
The hot topic here is the Connecticut receptionist who allegedly seduced her 8-year-old neighbor.
Well, she's obviously a kook.
I'm sure her husband's got to be proud. Look at his friends at work. Him and McGreevy's wife should hang out. I don't know. What did you do wrong? I don't know. How about you?
Anything goes.
Yeah, Jimmy made the clip. I saw that last night. The camera swings over to little Jimmy Norton in the clip.
Oh, I'd like to see a copy of that clip.
Of course.
Some fine work they did over there at UPN 9.
Well, it's up on opieandanthony.com.
Oh, good.
You could watch this for yourself.
I don't know what you do, Ron. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, sometimes I act it out on the radio. You guys
did.
should
Your
see
arms
me.
are going. You got to see it in the clip.
What did you do? I don't know. What'd you do? Oh, camera shy.
Now, I want everyone to know it's you, and everybody.
Well, more importantly, they use that line in the teaser to make people think, differently.
Right.
And all those people that didn't stay up to watch the rest of the story, they went to work thinking that you and I are pedophiles and we enjoy talking about underage sex. Every morning.
Thing goes on XM satellite radio. Digitally transmitted, it operates beyond the reach of FCC censors.
We have said all 7 dirty words that George Carlin made famous.
Can you read my lips?
Since that St.
They cut it
Patrick's
off.
sex in public scandal the guys have done...
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Just check the days off like a prisoner does. I would say we're outcasts.
Before they were booted from the airwaves, Opie and Anthony...
You hear how tired we are after the show?
It's not bad, though, the clip.
It's like, no, we did absolutely nothing. Nothing. I gotta go backwards a little bit here.
You gonna go back to the McGreevy's wife part?
That might be the highlight. No, you know what? That is not the highlight of this piece. Anthony gets the highlight
What did
of
I
this
do?
piece. It's coming up.
Before they were booted from the airwaves, Opie and Anthony were #1 in afternoon drive time radio.
But we honestly thought we could almost get away with murder back then. We were on the sidelines for when Howard retired. They told us, we were going to step into his position.
At the time, we were also in an environment in radio where the more controversial you were, the more trouble you got into, the better your career went.
Those days are gone, and Opie and Anthony admit they crossed the line 2 years ago.
I was born and raised a Catholic, and I knew it was morally wrong, It was never supposed to go down like that, though.
What a complete...
The guys have lost none of their bite. Here they are commenting on some celebrities in the news. Ashley Simpson,
Hot but stupid.
Jessica and Nick,
Oh, Jessica, of course.
Ooh, Nick.
Will they divorce?
Of course they will. Because Jessica's not giving Nick what he wants.
The Jay-Z R. Kelly feud.
I think Jay-Z's making him look like a biatch. And I think, it's time to start waving the guns in the air like he just don't care.
Wow.
That's it. In the air, like you just don't care. That's right.
Oh,
That's the highlight.
yeah, that's it.
But Anthony comes back strong after that. Really strong.
I love that one.
That's the highlight, but then he has the line of the whole piece
In
coming
the
up
air,
here.
like they just don't care.
I want to know why Clay Bertrand was in that interview. You have me consorted with a cast of characters.
Wave them in the air.
Air.
They let you drink right here in the airport.
I think Jay-Z's making him look like a biatch. And I think, it's time to start waving the guns in the air like he just don't care.
And what about Hillary Clinton's presidential chances?
If you get electoral votes for fat ankles, she's in.
Opie and Anthony take over the Hammerstein Ballroom Saturday night as part of the New York Comedy Festival, and they are on XM Radio, 6 to 10 every weekday morning.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm Pat Collins, UPN 9 News.
You know what? She did a good piece.
She did a really good
It wasn't
piece.
that bad
I like
at
that
all.
they left that in, the Hillary thing.
Yeah. It saved you.
Yes. Why? You didn't like the wave the guns in the air like they just don't care?
We liked it, but we could have goofed on that for at least an hour, but then you come
That's-
back strong with the Hillary thing.
That was very funny to have somebody saying that on the news.
True.
You never see that.
All right.
I just don't like the way you make fun of Hillary's body and stuff. It's not really appropriate.
No, it's not.
Okay. Oh, wow. We have lots to do today.
That was a good piece.
We got to talk about Trump's kid, the Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center.
Ooh. Merry Christmas.
Private Ryan. I mean, we could just yell and scream all day today because this is crap in the news today. Private Ryan is being pulled from TV because people are scared to air it. This we definitely got to get into. The high school jocks slapped with sex rap.
They're the real shock jocks, Opie.
That's right. And then no, I'm not going for it today. I was slow and out of it yesterday.
He's whispering at him.
And then we got the Michael Jackson audio. We could do that next.
Round two.
And the GTA 3 lawsuit is really funny. And then the story about persistent erections is very good, too.
Ooh.
So we're going to do
Is
a
that
lot of
Jimmy?
radio today. And is Dice coming by or not? What the fuck is
I
wrong
don't
with
know
Dice?
what's going on with Dice. He was supposed to call you.
There's a whole soap opera going on with Dice. A lot of people were counting on him on the show yesterday.
Days of our Dice.
But he wanted to talk to me personally before he came on the air, right?
He wanted to talk to Opie. There's an issue that he wanted to discuss with
What's
Opie
the
first.
issue?
I don't know what the issue is. They
I
won't
want to
tell me.
say boogaloogaloo, and see if you say I'm over here now.
I don't know what the issue was.
I don't know either. And then the last thing I
And then
heard.
it was a whole
Dutch clutch.
Then it was a whole thing. Then
All day long.
Then Pete goes, "Could you call Dice?"
Right.
So I leave a message for Dice. He never calls back. But then what happened?
The newest excuse is Dice is doing shows while he's here, and he doesn't want to come in because we're on the morning now. It's too early. For
No, it's
too early.
No,
that was the excuse I got.
That's not the Dice we know. Something's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something's going on. He was supposed to be on yesterday.
We can't get Dice or Lewis Black on our show anymore. And we're being pressured to get guests like who?
I don't know. Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman was the latest one I heard of. That
Wow.
we should have Nicole Kidman on the show. If we abducted her and duct taped her and threw her in the trunk, we couldn't get her on the show.
I guess this would be a good point of the show to ask Ben, who are we supposed to get on the show this week? Because there's always a list of people that we're supposed to get. I think Gwyneth Paltrow's on that list, right?
Dude, Nicole Kidman, that's not a joke. That was somebody that we should be pursuing.
I saw his list. It's like the Blockbuster's new release section, and
Right.
it's never going to happen.
Oh, you got a list?
Oh, yeah.
All right, listen.
His email list is amazing. Ben's trying to get guests.
Listen.
He's not fucking around. He's trying to get guests.
Yeah.
Instead of bitching, I'm going to just explain things to people, okay? Now,
There's bitching, then there's just reality.
this is reality, okay? Here's the reality of the Opie and Anthony show as we look at it today, the 30th show into XM Satellite Radio, the end of the 6th week, if you must know, okay? We don't have a huge audience right now, okay? We are getting exposure, but until this show gets much bigger, and there's many, many, many more people listening,
Yeah.
we don't have a shot at any of these people.
No.
That's the reality.
They don't go on shows to hang out and have fun, these people, the A-list guests.
They go on the show that they know they're going to get the most exposure.
Right, they're
And with
plugging
XM
stuff.
Satellite Radio still kind of hiding us, and I do believe that, and if you're going to take it the wrong way in Washington, I'm sorry.
Opie, they
but
are
the
going
fact
to
is,
take that the wrong way.
I know they are, but the fact is we're still kind of being hidden by the company. We just are. All right? You know, we got the Channel 9 piece here in New York. We did it ourselves. We're being hidden still. For whatever reason, I don't know. All right? I don't even want to get into it, but we are. But until more and more people know about the Opie and Anthony show, we don't have a shot at these people. Here's the list of people we're supposed to get for the show.
Well, no, those are just people that, you know, that...
George Clooney.
Yeah, we know about George.
Brad Pitt. Johnny Depp, whose people, they don't even know what XM Satellite Radio is.
What was their official comment?
Whatever.
Whatever.
It was basically whatever. And I'm,
hey,
you know,
can we get Johnny Depp? Whatever.
And I'll be honest, Green Day, I think we could get Green Day on the show. Sure.
All right.
Okay, the Donnas, I think we could get them on. All right. Seinfeld, not a shot in hell.
Well, actually, no, that's not as much as you think because of Jimmy, and that Seinfeld's not as crazy as you think.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they do have
Really?
the DVDs coming out, right?
Yeah,
For the
plus
first season
you've
of
met
Seinfeld?
and you've talked to him.
Seinfeld's completely intimidating to me.
You think so?
Completely, because I don't know him.
I've met him twice.
I met him once at that restaurant we went to, and he's outside with somebody that he was with, and we were with some agent or something.
Some guy from CAA, another big, whatever, another meeting that
but
went
I
nowhere.
found myself more like flabbergasted and starstruck than I watched the show 18 times a night that it's on, and it's just I was starstruck. I couldn't even talk to him.
He's I don't know him well at all, and I've seen him 50 times at the Cellar, and I don't know him that well, just high and by. He's a very honest guy. He doesn't come over and chat if he doesn't want to chat.
Right,
You gotta
right.
love that. One guy was going to take a picture with it outside, and you know, he's like, yeah, all right. So the guy stands there and he puts his arm on Seinfeld,
That
and Jerry
person
goes,
was you.
It wasn't me. I got one on the steps. I was afraid of him. There's very few celebrities. I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, he's Colin's friend, and if he shoots me down, Colin will just shit on me forever.
Yeah.
So this guy goes to put his arm on Seinfeld, and Seinfeld goes, oh, look, we don't know each other. Do we have to touch each other?
That's awesome.
He really is an honest guy, man.
That's awesome.
No arm around him.
Oh,
picture.
yeah, just don't
That's
touch me.
Funny.
Yeah, Seinfeld would be one of those guests. Oh man, we would be intimidated by him.
I would be.
I'm not even
I'd
gonna
be
lie to
completely
you.
out of the mix because I wouldn't know what to say.
There's
to
not
the
many
guy.
guys where you would be.
Remember that episode
I
on
know.
Seinfeld when you
There's
you
a-
lost your car at the parking lot?
I know.
That was awesome.
We would be Chris Farley.
I'd be a babbling idiot.
All right, who else is on this list? Mark McGrath. We have actual video of Mark McGrath taking a dump from our old TV show on that stupid Real Rock TV.
Oh, right.
In Boston. We filmed him in a hotel taking a crap, and now he's on ET or All Access.
Extra. I think it's Extra, yeah.
Whatever.
You still have that video?
It's the same show.
Yeah.
Whatever, that Hollywood show. Bon Jovi, definitely a possibility. Okay.
We talked to him at the
Video Music Awards. We had a great
Music Awards.
conversation.
Aerosmith loves being on our show from time to time. We could get
No, a lot of these, some
we
of
could
these,
get those guys.
That's just a lot of those are looking good. That's just the list for the week.
Oh, Branson?
You asked me to try and get.
I know.
Branson.
I don't think we're gonna get him though.
Richard Branson?
Yeah.
How's his show? I heard it was awful.
Brian
That killed in the ratings.
Brian
But did it?
Williams?
It looked good.
Brian Williams?
Yeah, we got Brian Williams actually.
Yeah. That. Wow. That's pretty cool. Actually.
When, Ben?
We'll see. We'll see if.
What are we gonna say to
when they-
Brian Williams?
We'll see what.
I'll talk to him. I know a lot about Brian. I followed his career.
He's Brokaw's replacement.
Shut
he was
up,
just on
Jimmy.
TV and.
Yeah, Brokaw's.
But what are we gonna say to Brian Williams?
How does it feel to be replacing a stroke victim?
We'll
Maybe
see.
he's one
That's
of those
one of-
news guys that has a sense of humor.
That's one of the ones that I'm waiting to see when they figure out what show they're coming on and for a
Yeah, that could be
cancellation.
a problem.
That will be one of. That I don't think they had any clue. We'll see what happens.
And then Jackie the Joke Man, who's been calling me a lot. That could be fun.
That would be fun.
That would be really fun.
You could vent.
All right, so there you
Anything
go.
good in there?
Well,
You just
Jackie
go
wants to. He likes us.
Yeah, we've met a couple of times.
Jackie's a very cool guy. He likes us, and he wants to do something with the show, actually. So, but we just haven't figured it out. We don't know if there's anything there.
Flying gag writer? No.
Well,
Guys, I don't want to get fired.
what?
I don't want to get fired.
Oh, I don't know how to tell you this.
But I was only... Sit down, Mr. Cheswick!
I want to hear this. I want to
But I
hear.
only-
I want to hear this all morning. Howard, here. Look, I'm making you funny. Howard, another line, making you funny. Let it be known, if you think I stink, that's fine. If you think Anthony stinks, that's fine. We don't have writers to make us funny.
And it shows.
We're either funny or
Oh.
we eat it on a daily basis.
That's the Jimmy Seinfeld picture.
Oh, on the steps in the Comedy Cellar?
Yeah. He's towering over you because he's on a step.
A higher
above
step.
you.
In so many ways, symbolically. And
Yes, this really does speak volumes.
All
You're
right.
just sucking his hog and popped your head up for the shot.
Oh. All right, here we go, guys. Let's.
Bob Kelly, by the way, has a great Seinfeld story.
Well,
Oh, yeah?
that's great. But Bob
I
Kelly's
believe,
not
as I
here.
said it, I realized it was not only inappropriately timed, but it was an uninteresting tidbit to throw in.
Bob was on the phone that we could go to him right there. Hey, Bob, what's your Seinfeld
The only way
story?
that would be interesting is if Bob Kelly was dead and now you have to tell the story for Bob
If
Kelly.
Bob was
but now
here-
that Bob Kelly is sort of, being a part of the show here and there, now we need to hear the story from Bob Kelly.
As I said it, I realized I shouldn't have because there was nothing to go to from there. You both go really, and I would have to go yup, and then put more Raisin Bran on my fat face. So ignore me.
All right, why don't we play another track from the U2 CD? This is instead of taking a break, so...
Yeah. It's not like we're just playing music, people. It's instead of hearing something you've heard 80 times.
The CD drops, Anthony. That's what they like to say these days. The CD drops November 23rd.
Drops.
They're going to be on SNL November 20th. And they're going to do arena tours and whatever, and possibly Why do you have to add, and possibly they're going to play Fenway Park
Because
next
it's a
summer?
big deal. That's a big
Why do you always have to...
love you too?
You know what? Actually, they're talking about it, and it's like a public safety concern if they had U2 at Fenway Park because U2 sells more tickets in Boston.
Oh, and a
than
Red
anywhere
Sox
else.
game isn't?
No, but
How many people die at a U2 concert compared to a Red Sox game?
Might have to start shooting beanbags into people's eyes.
You got to admit, though, that would be pretty sick to see them.
All right, listen. So, from how to dismantle an
They
atomic
wouldn't
bomb.
sell that anyway.
Monster.
What?
No, it's
They're not selling at Fenway
no, it
Park.
sucks.
Oh
You're
my
delusional,
God.
Jim.
You have no idea.
I do know. They're not selling. They're not selling more than 10,000 tickets for a show.
Shut up, Jim. I know you're effing with us.
The highest grossing tour last
No,
year.
they're not.
Will you stop being gullible?
They're not, though. It's not. He's inaccurate, actually.
Shut up.
Numerically,
Shut
you're
up.
inaccurate. I'm just telling you something.
But you two could sell out Foxborough.
Listen, we
or whatever
want
they call it now.
It's
Gillette.
Gillette Stadium.
Of course, it's got to have a corporate name.
Hey,
Gillette.
so, yeah, this is instead of playing, the comedy breaks, but I just know our trucker friends, they're going to Hank's place now. They're
You
going
think?
to one of the country stations for a few minutes. I can't imagine there's a guy driving a truck, let's say in Missouri or Tennessee, that is going to crank up a new track from the U2 album. I just don't see it. That's the problem with playing music, on our show. We love to show our musical taste, but I think it's kind of a buzzkill for people out there. That's what I'm thinking.
I think you're right.
So I guess to the truckers that are going to turn off the channel for, it's only a 4-minute song, right? So come back.
Play Johnny Cash.
I can handle some Johnny Cash on this show. No
I'd
problem
love
with
to hear
that.
that.
All right, so from How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, it's U2. Are we going to play City of Blinding Lights?
Yes.
All right, yeah, cool. Let's check this out.
The less you find out as you go. I knew much more then than I do now. Me on a hot day They're advertising in the skies for people like us. And I miss you when you're not around. I'm getting ready to leave the ground. Can't see. I've seen you walk on parade. I've seen you in the clothes you make. See the beauty inside of me. What happened to the beauty I had inside of me? And I miss you when you're not around.
That's a world exclusive from How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. Another track from the U2 CD.
Jesus.
City of Blinding Lights. All you have to do is say
world exclusive.
All you have to do is say it's a world exclusive, and it is.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's a world exclusive. We were the first ones to play the brand new U2 CD.
I think I heard it in Fallujah.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Night.
I'm sure everybody's playing U2 today, but no, that was the world exclusive.
You're only going to hear it here.
Actually,
you'll hear it here first.
Want some good XM cross promotion? Ethel is playing playing the tracks every hour today.
Nice. I like that Ethel.
Ethel.
What kind of music do they play on Ethel? I never heard.
Ethel's like alternative rock.
Ethel's great.
Ethel's cool. Squiz is cool. Lucy's cool.
I like going to Little Ricky.
Little Ricky?
Come on. Fred, Ethel, Lucy. No.
I think it's great.
Anything?
I'm tuning into Mrs. Trumbull.
Oh, my favorite is Mrs. Carmichael.
Mrs. Carmichael. Well, Miss McGillicuddy.
Oh, did I mix up the names?
No, she was Mrs. Carmichael, too.
And our station is called the O&A Virus.
Yeah.
Oh, it says something different on the thing.
We don't pay attention to
No,
that.
we don't pay attention to that anymore.
What, it says something different? What? What's it say?
It says high voltage. That's another thing we've been working on for a long time. I don't know what's taking the company so long. It should be the virus or O&A virus. That's it.
It has to be Opie and Anthony. The name
Opie and Anthony's
recognition has
virus.
to be in there.
Right.
Hey.
High voltage means nothing.
No complaining.
All right. Go ahead, Anthony.
Brian from Jersey. A-list celebrities. Perhaps someone should let DC know what happens when O&A books such film legends as Michael Winslow to the program. Do you remember that one? We had Michael Winslow, who was the black guy who made the sound effects with his mouth on the Police Academy movies.
Yeah, that was funny for 2 minutes.
Ooh. I have never seen anyone flee a studio as quickly as he did. He was he left with fear.
He left with sound effects.
Yeah. Yeah, he went
He was sitting on the couch waiting to come on the show. And I think we were doing Sex for Sam on one of those
It was
crazy
a Sex
things.
for Sam day.
Was it? And all of a sudden we're like, all right, well, why don't we take a break from the Sex for Sam and talk to Michael Winslow? And
on the list was having sex in front of a celebrity.
All right.
Was worth 20 points or something. It was a big point value. So when he came in, they assumed he was a celebrity, and the couple started having sex right in front of Michael Winslow. We didn't know, but he had found religion or something.
I don't know.
He was horrified.
He didn't even say goodbye. He just ran.
A couple walked up to him. He's just sitting. Now imagine you're sitting there waiting to be on a show that you have no idea what the show's about. You're sitting waiting.
We don't even know what this show's about.
Yeah. And a couple comes running out of the studio. The guy rips the girl's pants down and shoves it in her ass right in front of you. What? He got up and ran.
What a dumb... That's a show you want to be on.
Right. That's the show you want to be on, but he fled. He was petrified. He made the sound effects.
Same with Tony Danza.
Tony Danza?
Tony Danza was doing an interview upstairs with the AM station Wins, and
all news.
And our producer got him to come on the show, and he opened the door, and he was all happy and being Tony Danza-like.
How you doing?
Hey! And then he realized within seconds it was the wrong place to be, and he just
I love the Opie and Andy show.
Right.
Anthony.
Tony.
Tony, yeah.
Anthony. And then, he just turned around and walked out on us.
Oh, yeah.
And then Anthony Michael Hall just didn't show up because he found out what we were about, I guess.
Well, it was right after the Sex for Sam.
Yeah, the day after Sex for Sam. What a pussy. Didn't want to come on the air with us.
Yeah.
And then there's been many of them.
Mm-hmm.
We get the sons of famous people. Tom Hanks' son is a huge fan of the show.
Oh, remember that?
He gets bootleg copies of our shows and our bits sent to him in California.
Yeah.
And I think he also hangs in Jersey a little bit from time to time, so we had him on. That was
Not
cool.
Tom Hanks.
Not Tom Hanks. We spent the whole interview trying to find out about his father, because that's the closest we'll get to Tom Hanks.
Huge mega star Tom Hanks.
And we're talking to his son.
Yeah.
Oh, you always get there's kids.
Mm-hmm.
The kids.
It's not a bad idea. We should start something where if you're a kid of a famous person, call our show.
Oh. Ooh. We used to do the if you're a celebrity. You know, we wanted to know who the biggest celebrity listening to the show was.
Yeah.
And we wound up getting, who did we get? We got Buzz from Home Alone.
Yeah, we got Buzz. We got a guy that played a dead body in one of those cop shows. And we got the guy that was Grimace in the commercial.
Yeah.
I think that was about it.
And we got some white kid from the Cosby Show.
Oh, yeah, that's very bitter.
Yeah. Bitter. He's bitter.
Well, a lot of people...
we wound up getting that, but I don't know.
A lot of people in L.A. have the XM satellite radio in their Escalade, so maybe we'll get some celebrities calling us.
In the Escalades, yeah.
All right, so we got to move on. The audio of the day is the Michael Jackson audio, Anthony.
What a coup for Fox News and Geraldo. This is what Geraldo's doing now. Hawking for Michael Jackson. Geraldo was hanging out in front of some Michael Jackson fans, doing a little piece on Michael Jackson. And
Outside MTV, was it?
Yeah. And
Cause
MJ called.
Because aren't they protesting the Eminem video?
Yeah, they're
which is
protesting the
hilarious.
Eminem video.
Eminem's video on the whole Michael Jackson thing is hilarious.
This was 5 or 6 people hanging out, dressed. One of them dressed like Michael Jackson, dancing around. All of them had signs supporting Michael Jackson and bashing Eminem.
Yeah, why weren't we down there?
I didn't know about it until
We're trying to,
I knew about it ex post facto.
Sex Bagel, you should have been down there.
We didn't know.
Well,
I guess I didn't know.
Yeah, but you guys got to start knowing these things. That is, I mean, we needed to be down there with our audio.
Yes, we did.
We're trying to get the audio of New York City and sharing it with the rest of the country here.
Imagine
that would have been a
the
great place to be yesterday.
Fun stuff those people had to say.
Right,
Ooh,
right,
I'm
right.
sure it was great.
So anyway, go ahead, Ann. I'm sorry.
And yeah, they were covering that thing. I guess Geraldo, for some reason, is supporting Michael Jackson in his fight against Eminem in that video. And Geraldo, it looked like he was trying to say, let's give him a fair shake and let him go through the legal process and then make our decision, which is all well and fine, unless you're rich enough to buy these people so it never does go to trial.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's a scumbag, a predator. He's proved it. You don't pay off the parents of these children that are sleeping with you if you're innocent. It just doesn't happen. And you can't say you're innocent.
Are you hearing that, Bill O'Reilly?
Yeah.
Even though it's a different type of case?
And you can't, like Geraldo, say, hey, wait a minute, we're innocent until proven guilty here in this country, so give him a fair shake. You can't say that either when you're paying so you don't have to go to trial and be innocent or guilty. You can't pull out the innocent till proven guilty thing when you're paying to get off the hook, which is what he did. Guilty. Then you're guilty. You paid and bought your freedom is what you bought. Yep. So Geraldo's backing this guy. Hey, Geraldo, how about putting your kids up at Neverland with Michael? Would you let your kids share the same bed with Michael? I don't think so. Unless you want a quick couple of mil from the guy. Apparently that's what he does.
Not a bad way to make money.
I've been trying to get my nephew over there for years. I keep sending pictures to Neverland. He's cute, isn't he?
I'm thinking if you're a father of 5, sacrifice one of the kids.
We'll take one for the team. The whole family makes out. You could now go take that trip to Disney and make him forget.
Still got 4 other kids. That
little mouse
won't
ears
be,
on, tear rolling down his cheek.
Won't be
a
mentally
little bandage
scarred.
on his bottom. Can't go on any of the rides unless they're standing, of course. Daddy, my bottom hurts. Do you smell the new leather interior of the rolls? Do you, selfish?
Freaks out at that Michael Jackson Captain EO feature that they have to. Maybe you should skip this ride, son.
You know there's sick Fs out there that definitely would weigh that option.
Oh, they would absolutely. Especially if you have a lot of kids. Only one has to suffer.
I think with counseling, I think he could get through this within 5 years.
Would
and
you
then
do
we'd
that?
have a really nice house in a really nice white neighborhood.
Hey, we could do this.
All right, so we got the audio of Geraldo.
Yeah, Geraldo then got a call out of nowhere from Michael Jackson. Out of nowhere, I'm sure.
Listen
it was all
to
set up.
Geraldo kiss Michael Jackson's
I know.
ass.
And the reason Michael Jackson is even calling Geraldo has to do with the reason I think Geraldo's being nice to Michael. It's that one hand washes the other thing. You want Michael Jackson to exclusively call you during all this crap. So that's why Geraldo's kissing his ass. Geraldo's a phony.
Real journalist.
Yeah, real journalist.
All right.
And did he draw a map in the sand of where Michael Jackson put his dong in the little kid? Here on the bed, if I may draw this map of Michael Jackson's bedroom.
Here's the penis, and here's the discolored spot. And here's the corner of the room the boy hid in and cowered, and then drank special, what was it called? Something juice, Jesus juice.
Jesus
juice, right.
It's just Pepsi or whatever with a little bit of wine in it.
Yeah, he juiced the kids up, get them a little loose.
You gotta like that, though, actually.
The guy's
Geraldo's such a phony, too. He's hanging out in New York City with A-list celebrities, going to all the big functions when he's not hunting down Osama.
Yeah.
Jesus.
What happened? Why is he in New York doing Michael Jackson stories? Why isn't he in
He's taking a break from
Fallujah?
hunting down Osama.
Why isn't he back in Afghanistan?
Remember when Geraldo goes, if I see Osama, I'd have no problem putting a bullet
I'd
in
have
his
no
head.
problem. And his journalism was always being called into question. And I remember one time because he was wearing a gun. He would walk around Afghanistan wearing a gun, talking about, if I see Osama, he's a dead man. Man.
Didn't he used to be great on 20 years ago? Remember years ago he was a real journalist?
Everyone, if you remember Geraldo, it was for the Willowbrook expose he did. On Willowbrook, there's a mental institution where a bunch of retarded kids were being left in their own feces, having sex and jacking each other. It was a very hot story.
Yeah. And they're confused. They don't know why their little part is standing up with their pigtailed pubic hair at age 9. Overly developed dummies.
Jamie.
How much fun can you have with those huge tongues?
Let's go to Jamie in Missouri real fast. Jamie?
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
You guys suck. You need to get off the air.
We suck?
Wow.
You give Howard Stern 45 minutes of free plug this morning?
It wasn't 45 minutes.
Free plug? I think it was kind of answering back to the crap we went through with him for 3-4 years, sir.
You guys do it just about every morning. Howard Stern this, Howard Stern that.
Jamie.
Every morning.
Jamie, calm down. We try to be honest on this show. We don't spend every day on Howard. You know that. Let's relax. And if you don't like the show, then don't listen to it. We don't care.
Yeah, he likes the show.
I'm about ready to cancel the subscription. I've had you guys since the first day. And you guys
I'm scared. Jamie might cancel.
Jamie, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question seriously, Jamie?
Sure.
What's a subscription? I don't know what that means.
I'm going to cancel my prescription of the show.
I didn't say prescription. I said subscription.
Subscription.
There you go.
Jamie, then cancel the show.
Why would you listen if you don't like it?
Yeah, just cancel.
I don't get it.
It's real easy. It's one phone call. Just
And
do it.
I will add, Jamie is not canceling the subscription.
I know he's not.
You'll be listening every
You
day,
won't.
Jamie. Relax.
You keep listening.
Let's just calm down a little bit here, all right?
If you didn't like the show, you wouldn't call, you wouldn't rag about it. You would have canceled. It would be no fanfare at all. People that call up and are so passionate about how much this show sucks. People that are so passionate about it are the people that keep it longer than the fans do. The people that just would cancel and say, you know, show ain't for me. Let me cancel it. That's the people you got to worry about that will cancel the show.
Yeah,
you aren't going anywhere.
We get
Jamie.
people that cancel every day. We get the numbers of the people that are going, you know what? I'm just not into this type of radio.
It. But you love it because it angers you in some way, shape, or form, Jamie.
You have to admit, you've had some good laughs listening to this program.
You guys need to learn from Bubba Love Sponge.
There it is. I knew it. Okay. I knew it had to do with someone, but
oh, and he hung up.
Hung up. I hope he hit a pole. I hope he hit a pole.
Look, I've never met Bubba the Love Sponge.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
But I can tell you this much. His act, he's a hack.
You know what, Opie? Wait a minute.
He's a complete hack, and he was popular in Florida, and he's been trying to get on satellite radio. If XM hires him, whatever, that's their prerogative. But he's a hack, and no one is jumping to hire Bubba the Love Sponge.
Opie, please.
He's been out of work a while, and no one really cares.
Opie.
What? What happened?
That was Bubba.
Was it really?
He's driving a truck now. Leave him alone.
Why did he hang up after?
Because he got us.
No, because he knew he knew how awful that sounded.
That
so.
call
he heard
was
the playback
horrible.
out of his own radio and was upset with him, with himself.
All right, let's get to
what a tool.
Who's got a Geraldo story?
Just a quick thing about
Bob
Geraldo.
Kelly.
Yeah, Bob Kelly. Get him on the phone. No, funny.
You used conditioner this morning.
No, he didn't.
Did you?
I did. I use conditioner every
Your
day.
hair's a little tamer.
No, he came in and turned off all the ceiling fans.
It's a little flatter today.
Unkempt.
Look how flat his hair is today.
Unkempt.
Did you sleep standing? No, I was almost said, did you sleep standing on your head? And the lack of humor in that statement became apparent before I said it, so I cut myself
Punched
off.
out.
That's a brilliant comic that it was going to suck.
Hey,
and you were
did
able
you
to
sleep
stop.
with a helmet on? Did you?
All right, do you have a Geraldo
But then I
story?
still snuck it in and tried it anyway. Did you see me?
Under the guise, and you were making fun of it.
And it did what I thought it would do. Got nothing.
Just a funny tidbit about Geraldo, what an ass he is. When he drives in from Jersey in his Bentley, instead of... If you have a Bentley, that's a pretty expensive car, right?
I'll say it is.
Now, wouldn't you put it in a nice garage here in New York? He has his press plates, and he parks it out in front of Fox, and it gets dinged up every day like a jackass. That's just a funny tidbit. I thought that was funny.
Well, I don't know if that's
Well,
a funny tidbit.
You know, Ben, I fell for you as soon as you said I have a funny tidbit. You never should say that
Never.
ever in comedy. I got something really funny I want to tell you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Never do
You
that.
should have said
Ever.
I was going to say that, but I cut myself off
Yeah.
from the story.
Yeah.
What I was going to
You
say
should have
was,
said,
but I realized
you
how
should have said, I
unfunny
have
it was.
something interesting about Geraldo. Then if it was funny, it's an extra bonus
right.
for you.
You're right.
But as soon as you said funny tidbit, I went inside. I just went.
That could have been presented as Geraldo trivia.
Geraldo trivia.
Right.
Yes.
Or what an ass this guy is. Look what he guess what he does.
Yeah.
Don't say it's a
I did-
tidbit.
All right.
You
Here's
want
a
to
funny-
hear something hysterical?
That never
That
works.
sets you up.
This is when you can say you want to hear something really funny. When you know that at the end of the story there's like a retard and he's on an escalator licking something off the floor and his tongue gets caught when the escalator goes back under. That's when you can say, I have a little funny tidbit I'd like to tell you.
Now that's hilarious.
All right.
So
So
Geraldo's car being thing though is not bad, but he dinged my car.
So here's Geraldo.
Okay.
From yesterday?
I think so. Last night, maybe.
I think we may have on the telephone right
Al
now
Capone.
a supplies caller in this first line.
What's a supplies?
I don't know.
Taking speech lessons from Voss.
He's got a supplies.
Supplies.
A supplies
Eating
caller.
a Sclone.
I think we may have on the telephone right now a supplies caller in this
supplies
first...
caller. We have a supplies caller. I'm Geraldo. Geraldo Rivera. Get protest Falun Gong.
He's gonna have a supplies party.
Supplies.
I think we may have on the telephone right now a supplies caller in this first live...
You know, when you point it out, then you can't get past
It
that.
really
you got
gets bad.
You just got to keep playing it over and over
It
again.
gets worse and worse.
It's my birthday. Supplies!
Supplies.
He's got pens and notebooks.
Were you surprised when the military kicked your ass out of Iraq for being an idiot? Were you surprised when Al Capone's vault had nothing in it?
Now watch how much funnier it is when you hear it again.
I think we may have on the telephone right now a supplies caller.
No, it's funny.
Supplies.
See, we could have just let that go, right? And
of course.
Most people would have said, I think he said that word wrong, but
Whenever you're doing a comedy bit, you have to say, what would Bubba do?
What would Bubba do?
He might be a nice guy. I don't know.
I'm not saying he's not.
Got to stock up on surprise before the hurricane.
I think we may have on the telephone right now a supplies caller in this first live interview on network television, at least a year as far as I know. I believe Michael Jackson is there. Are you there, Michael?
How are you, Geraldo?
Okay, buddy, let me ask you, how do you feel, Michael?
There's all the kids running away.
That's what it sounds like in his room at Neverland before they get the Jesus juice. Just screaming in horror. Didn't that sound like kids just screaming? That is really funny. It sounds like horrified children.
And the only reason they were horrified, their moms were grabbing them by the hair and pulling them away.
Oh.
I think we may have on the telephone right now a supplies caller in this first live interview on network television, at least a year as far as I know. I believe Michael Jackson is there. Are you there, Michael?
How are you, Geraldo?
Okay, buddy, let me ask you, how do you feel, Michael, about the continuing support you've gotten from your fans despite all you've gone through?
They're running away like the old Japanese movies when the monster comes.
Horrified with their little arms going. No!
And their mothers are pulling them back towards him. Mommy needs a new dinette set. Well, I don't want to open my mouth.
Mr. Selfish. I love that line of yours.
Don't want to open my mouth. Mouth would have been the easy part for me.
Well, Geraldo, it's because of my fans that I'm calling you today. I mean, I feel they're the best fans in the world, and I decided, rather than have anyone else speak for me, that I would do it myself. You know?
It is because of his fans that he's calling in, because if he didn't rape them, he wouldn't have this problem going on. Stupid.
Allegedly.
Sounds like he's got a 6-year-old boy on his face, doesn't it? He's all nasal.
Muffled.
You know, and I want to thank my fans for their strong support over the years. They could have been anywhere today, you know, and they chose to be in New York on Times Square. And I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. They have written thousands and thousands of letters and have made hundreds of calls regarding the Eminem video.
Thousands of letters. H-E-L-P. O-W-C-H-M-Y-A-S-S. Thousands of letters all strung together in horrific words.
That's right. Actually, millions if each letter is $1.
I wish I had it.
Oh, you rotten
Come
predator.
on. You paid off people to stay out of prison.
And I love them so, so much. In London, over 4,000 people showed up on my behalf. And I want to
Yeah, with
thank
pitchforks
Reverend
and
Jesse
torches.
Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton, Minister Farrakhan, The Source, Steve Harvey, Bob Johnson and BET, Kathy Hughes and Radio 1.
He's black now, Michael.
Yeah.
Michael's now has to latch on to black leadership and black intimidators also, like Farrakhan. He's latching on to them because when all else fails and when push comes to shove, you gotta play that race card. You gotta play it. When money isn't quite enough, you know, it worked the first time with Michael. He pulled out that wallet, paid off the parents, they went away, he was able to molest their kid without any problems, and now money isn't quite enough. So, reach into the bin for the race card, pull it out, and get all these black people supporting you, get BET supporting you, and now any white person in his right mind would be insane to try to do anything to him because you'd be called racist. Guy makes me sick. He's shunned his blackness for his whole life. He has shunned it. He has mutilated his face so as not to appear as a black man. And now he's Michael Farrakhan.
You know what makes me sick too? It's the black community for like instead of just going, look, you're allegedly a child molester.
Yeah.
Stop. The white power structures after Michael. Idiots.
Yeah. Well, the people that fall into this are looking for support because they have support nowhere else. And these militant black leaders like Farrakhan will support a black person regardless of their crime, regardless of how guilty they are of it. It's a victory.
Imagine this was a white singer in charge with molesting black kids for all these years. Can you imagine how sexy that would be? Those little smooth, melanin-filled legs. God damn.
Oh, I am horrified.
But now it's okay because you rang the
inappropriate bell. Will always point out what is inappropriate on this show.
All right, let's continue.
Hughes and Radio 1.
Greg Hughes?
And all the many others who have supported me. And Geraldo, I want to also thank you for your friendship and everything, all the wonderful things you've been doing. Thank you so much. And I made my feelings clear about the Eminem video. I think that it's demeaning and disrespectful. But I also want to make it clear that it's not just about Michael Jackson, but a pattern of disrespect that he has shown to our community.
Our community. What's your community, Michael? What community is that? The one where you're black and then have years of horrific surgery that turns you into a white woman? That surgery?
What does he mean? The community that includes him and John Wayne Gacy and Jesse Temendequist and R. Kelly and everybody else who has ever allegedly fingered somebody who's under the age of 9.
Yeah.
Dirtbag.
That community? All of a sudden he's embracing the community. And all of a sudden it's not just about Michael Jackson with the Eminem video. It's about disrespecting his entire community. They have turned the Eminem video into some type of, not making fun of Michael Jackson, but it's some type of racist video now.
It's just funny.
It is just funny to watch.
Eminem has a really good sense of humor.
His videos are really funny.
Or hate his music, the guy has a great sense of humor.
They hate it that he's doing it better than anybody black right now. Sorry, he's the best one. White people got to take Tiger Woods playing golf, deal with Eminem being number one at what he does. Deal with it. That's why The Source doesn't like him. That's why BET yanked the video. It's sickening.
Right.
All right.
He has shown to our community. He needs to stop it, and he needs to stop it now.
Michael, let me just say that I support you because I believe that you're getting a raw deal.
Raw deal? You know what a raw deal is? The raw little behinds of his guests. That's a raw deal. A 9-year-old shouldn't need preparation H. Michael Jackson, I support you. You got a raw deal. He didn't get any deal, you dumb shit. Geraldo. If he would have went to trial, he would have gotten a deal, some type of deal.
It's still being decided.
He bought his way out of the first trial, you dummy. A raw deal. A raw deal would have been he went to court, he was innocent, and he was found guilty.
You know why?
That's a raw deal.
You know why Geraldo's saying this stuff? He wants more phone calls.
More exclusive Michael Jackson phone calls.
And then, the rest of the world is talking about Geraldo again.
A raw deal. How is a raw deal pulling money out of your pocket, paying off parents of a child that you allegedly molested? How is that a raw deal, Geraldo?
He got Johnny Cochran when he was in trouble, and he got Cochran, and a month later it all went away.
Of
Cochran
course
is a
it did.
smart guy.
Cochran knows how to do it, but God's getting back at him. Put a big boulder tumor in his head.
Cochran?
Cochran's got a brain tumor.
Does he really?
Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yes, he
I
does.
didn't know that.
Deal, not just by Michael, by Eminem, but in a lot of other aspects of life that I don't need to mention. But let me go on the positive side for a minute. What do you have coming up? Anything that we can announce to these people? Something, give them some optimism?
This is my impression of Johnny Cochran in a few months. You must have quit since my hat don't fit.
All right, Jesus. Oh, my God. You had to say that. I can't. Oh, my God. Here they come. Oh. Wow. You're despicable. Oh, you're the worst.
Oh. That's horribly funny.
Yeah, that's, wow.
Yes, I'm always working on wonderful music, and I've been working on several albums right now. I've been working on music today.
Music as a young child.
Speaker, and,
I call it music.
I'm in the process of making plans to do some other wonderful things that I'll be announcing to the fans very, very soon.
What?
And I look forward to that, Geraldo, you know? I'll give you a call, too, soon.
I bet you do. I bet you do. Okay, please do. But before I let you go, anything else you want to say?
I love my fans. I love you,
too.
and thank you so much for being there on my behalf. And thank you, Geraldo, again. Thank you so much.
Geraldo.
Okay, Michael, thank you.
I wish Ozzy loved his fans like
Michael
that.
Jackson, everybody.
I'd give him a good rump ride. I'd put my face in the pillow for Ozzy.
Thank you, Geraldo. Geraldo. Oh,
there you have it.
He said he's working on new music. I think he's playing that little 4-inch, no hair having pan flute.
It's great. It makes music. It sounds like.
Wow.
I just blow into this end and it screams and cries.
Hey, Old Dirty is stopping by today. He's here?
He's here, oh yeah. He went through the security checks.
Lorenzo.
All right. Why don't we take a break? You want to play another track from the U2 CD?
This is in lieu of commercials.
No, I don't want to hear you two. How about the truckers? We got to think of some. How about some Johnny Cash?
Yeah, how about we do this? We'll do a twofer.
Which Johnny Cash songs you got?
No, we're going to start with which one you want to hear, Ben? Miracle Drug or All Because of You?
Do Miracle Drug.
Yeah, Miracle Drug is a cool song.
Miracle Drug?
Well, we're kind of debuting the new CD. It's kind of cool. How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. It drops, Anthony, November 23rd, and we've been playing tracks all morning. We'll play Miracle Drug going in a break. This is the breaks we're doing today. And then we'll follow it up with a Johnny Cash song for the truckers and for little Jimmy Norton.
How about, all right.
What Johnny Cash song you want to play?
I'd like to hear Cats in the Cradle.
Cats in the Cradle?
Yeah, we got it.
All right, so we'll start with the brand new U2, Miracle Drug, and then we'll play some Johnny Cash, and then we'll continue with the Opie and Anthony show. Oh my God! What is wrong with you guys over there?
What happened? Asleep at the switch?
That was the only thing you had to do today was push that button.
That was the wrong Johnny Cash song, and that's the wrong band.
Fell into a burning ring of fire.
All right. How about this?
I got it. The wrong thing was highlighted.
How about we do a Johnny Cash sandwich?
What is that?
We'll do Ring of Fire.
Yeah.
Then we'll do the new U2 Miracle Drug. And then we'll do another Johnny Cash song, Cats in the Cradle.
Oh, to sandwich.
We're gonna sandwich
the U2 song.
We're gonna sandwich the U2 song because now
not all in a row though.
Yeah, why not? We can do whatever the hell we want.
How long?
It's less than 10 minutes.
Jesus
right?
Christ!
No,
how long is the Cats in the Cradle?
Well, Ring of Fire is a short song.
Ring of Fire is like 2:12.
Yeah. And how long is Cats in the Cradle?
Eric,
like less than 3
minutes.
Hold on, let's ask Sex Bagel.
Sex Bagel.
Cats in the Cradle is 3:12.
312.
Not long.
Ring of Fire is like 2.5.
How long's Miracle Drug?
Is
11,
just shy
12.
of 4 minutes.
Well, that's a long break.
All right, you know what?
Just go home then.
All right, why don't we just play a
Jesus.
twofer from Johnny Cash? We're not sandwiching the U2. We'll play another track from U2 later on in the show. Because I want to hear Ring of Fire now.
And I want to hear Cats in the Cradle.
So let's do
Looks
that.
like we have an issue.
Yes, we do.
We have an issue.
We got. No, we're both. We're good.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. It's Two for Tuesday on this fine Friday.
Wow.
A couple from Johnny Cash.
I'm going to go see a movie.
You gonna hit the post?
No, I'm
You
not
gonna try
hitting
and hit
no
the post?
fucking post
Come
today.
on.
Just play Ring of Fire so I could take a leak. Jesus.
Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. The taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire.
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
A child arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then. My son turned 10 just the other day. He said, thanks for the ball, Dad, come on, let's play. Can you teach me to throw? I said, not today. I got a lot to do. He said, that's okay. And he walked away, but his smile never did. It said, I'm gonna be like him, yeah. You know I'm gonna be like him. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then. He came from college just the other day, so much like a man I just had to say, son, I'm proud of you, can you sit for a while? He shook his head and he said with a smile, what I'd really like, Dad, is to borrow the car keys, see you later, can I have them please? And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then. Now I've retired, my son moved away. I called him up just the other day. I said I'd like to see you if you don't mind. He said I'd love to, Dad, if I could find the time. My new job's a hassle and the kids got the flu, but it's nice talking to you, Dad. It's sure nice talking to you. As I hung up the phone, it occurred to me he'd grown up just like me. My boy was just like me. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You're gonna have a good time then.
A couple from Johnny Cash. Needed to play a longer song. I needed a few more bites here, but Cats in the Cradle.
Luscious oatmeal?
No, it's granola today.
Oh, granola.
A little song about a father and a son.
Aww.
Great timing for the booth. Thanks, guys. And also Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash, Anthony.
Yes.
Old Dirty's outside the studio, one of our old friends. And
one of our listeners, quickly, Pat from Jersey, saying, Ring of Fire, isn't that how the kids' asses feel after Michael Jackson gets through with them? Very, very funny, Pat.
Why is Jim taking a phone call during the radio show?
Oh, it's very important. Oh, because it's a girl.
What happened?
Bye.
Is it a chick?
No, it's my friend Yoshi.
Oh, Yoshi. The smut puddler. Oh, my God.
Puddler.
The smut puddler.
You want to see him put down smut and then put a coat over it so a lady doesn't step in it.
I could blame the granola on that one. I couldn't get the
granola.
So Old Dirty's outside.
Yeah, but wasn't he arrested for puddling drugs?
And he was talking to Master Paul. Does Master Paul, taped off an area?
Well, Old Dirty is one of those guys that's kind of on the watch list when he comes in.
Yeah, he's a good friend of ours, but he's been known to steal.
Yeah.
What he does, whenever he walks into anywhere, he's instantly casing the joint. He looks around, like I'm sure he's looking at power tools and stuff from construction, going, yeah, I could sell that.
Yeah, so
I hit that.
But the funniest though was watching him on the security camera outside with Poe, and Poe's got him up against the wall, and he's searching him and everything. And he has Old Dirty has a 2-foot area that he can only be in, and Poe is watching him.
Yeah, he's restricting him to a 2-foot area.
They have it taped off like Les Nessman's office. There's little duct tape all around the floor. You know what? Old Dirty and two fans are just kind of sitting and watching us through the window. And Poe is out there lecturing.
Why don't we bring Master Poe in real fast? We have a lot to get to. Then we might bring Old Dirty in for a little while, then get him back outside the studio so we could get some radio done, and then we'll bring Old Dirty back in, all right? Master Poe, what's the scene out there?
This is for midgets. I can't even. My head is too big for this. Okay. I'm sorry. What is the scene? You have two young men that came here from Brooklyn. They're diehard fans. They cannot wait to. Well, they couldn't wait to come in. So Ben was very nice, and he allowed them to come inside. And
what a guy!
And
they look
check out the
scary.
No, they're scared, but they're
they
good
are
kids.
scared.
They're
Okay.
good kids. You know, the young man in the middle.
Invite him right in, then.
Which one do you like, Ope? I like the kid without the hat.
Well, the one that was without the hat, he went to a game with, I think, a Yankees hat, it was, and he got into a fight, so that should be interesting.
Is that why his head is misshaped?
Yeah. Does he still get residuals from the Deliverance scene in the mountains?
Oh, wow, that's it.
You got to see this mess.
Damn, I was trying to. Very good. You got it.
They're
That's
good kids.
That's the one. Why the towel around your neck?
Just in case I need it.
Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything to you today.
Why are you even asking him that? Because you wouldn't ask that unless you thought it was a little odd and strange. Why are you calling Master Poe odd or
I don't
strange?
understand why he has to walk around with a towel around his head. You're working out constantly, right? During the breaks and stuff?
Yeah.
That's all he does. The video's up on opieandanthony.com. You
So
got
if
to
he
see
works
Master
up a
Poe.
little sweat, he can dab it off a little bit.
And what's the deal with Old Dirty today? What's your opinion on him?
I think that first of all, he seems as though that he's sincere. He enjoys. He wanted to be here. He can't wait to come inside. But he was a little rough around the edges, and I had to introduce myself.
All right, get to Old Dirty in here real fast. Jim, just move over microphones. No, I want these two right next to each other. Old Dirty!
Yo, what up?
What up, kid?
OD!
Antonio.
What's happening, bro?
What's good, my nigga?
Hanging out.
Come on, man, Master Poe. He's serious, dude. You
Oh,
gotta be
yeah.
careful with this kid.
You could tell, right?
Oh, yeah. You don't fuck around.
He is the real deal.
Old Dirty lives on the street pretty much.
Remember how much we
He's
used to have
streetwise.
to dump out of Old Dirty's conversations?
Oh, yeah.
Remember
No,
how
we
many
don't have
times
that.
you would drop the F-bombs and stuff all the time, and they're like, "Oh, my bad." But it's like, God, we're working under the FCC rules.
No, it's
not anymore.
No, it's funny. Old Dirty didn't like the fact that Poe's first name is Master.
Yeah, well, no, I
ain't
called
my
him Bastard, actually. I told him, yo, my man, what's your name? And he goes, I didn't hear him properly. I go, okay. So I said, Bastard, can I have a drink of water?
Oh,
please?
boy.
And he got heated, but my bad, Master Poe. I didn't know,
You don't
a
know
little
how
wax,
close you were.
a little waxy in the morning, you know what I mean?
He could have snapped your neck like a twig.
And my man looked dangerous. Got a good grip on him, too. So.
Quite frankly, we're all scared of him.
I don't trust
And
motherfuckers
he
that
works-
got towels on their necks.
Right,
like that.
exactly. And he works, he's part of the team, but we're scared of him. We don't know when he's going to snap on Ant and I.
Yeah, he looked like he command. I don't trust him with the cargo pants either, dude.
What?
He looks like he's ready to assault me. Like he's ready to fuck a nigga up. Master Poe. Like, what, motherfucker, what?
Dude, don't shadow box in front of
I'm not-
Master
oh,
Poe.
no,
Are
I
you
go-
insane?
no, I'm not trying
Master
to.
Poe, did you see that? Look, he goes into his zone.
He saw you out of his peripheral vision. It looks like
Dude,
you're ready to
he's
attack.
trying to calm down. This isn't
serious?
This isn't fake crap. Will you relax? This guy goes into his zone, and
Out
then,
of the peripherals,
now because you
he
just
saw
did
you
that,
move.
he's trying to calm down instead of snap your neck, and now he's gonna have to go back into his cubicle and do that whole calming down ritual that he does. Right? You all right, Master Poe?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just I'm okay. I'm back.
See, there was like a little thing there with you making the moves. All of a sudden, he goes right into defensive mode.
Dude, he's the real deal.
It's
man.
like a lion. You can't parade a zebra in front of a lion and go, well, the lion's got to know the zebra's just kidding. You know, it doesn't work.
Like on the plains of the Serengeti, Anthony.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
This is my bad, Master Poe.
Oh, gave him a little bow. I like that.
That's
Respect.
okay.
Yeah, because he's all done the Orient, it's the pressure points and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that's-
could take your arms out where you won't even. Your arms will be at your side as he's pounding your head. That's it. He could take them out instantly to where they're just useless pieces of meat hanging from your side.
So we're not gonna have a problem with him, right, Master Poe?
Well, no. When he first arrived, I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said, "Well, no, but." And I said, "No. I need to know if you have any weapons."
What did he take off you?
I need to know if
nothing.
you have any weapons. If you have a weapon, we have a problem. I'm asking you right now. Take your weapons and place it on the table.
Right.
If you
Yo,
do
I have
that,
bust out my Glock.
Yeah.
If
And when
you-
I went to I'm sorry, Master
that's
Poe.
quite all right. Go ahead, talk.
When I went to NEW, I always had something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
We know. Trust me, we know.
You had to defend yourself against the likes of Ken Stevens.
And his paunch.
Well, I had asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. And I told him, I said, "Look,
Oh boy.
if I find a weapon on you, we have a problem. We're no longer friends. We're no longer compadres. We're no
Because
longer familia."
There's been a, he would have been trying to deceive you, and that's no way to start a friendship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And once he enters our threshold, he's mine.
Everyone in here
He's
is
mine.
owned by you.
They are mine.
You guys
Yes.
realize this will be called the Master Poe Show eventually, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's going to just completely take
I'm,
off.
I'm okay with that. How about you?
Yeah, I'm ready to
Fine.
leave. Just
Just gonna
tell me.
start with little subtle hints, Anthony. I don't like when you do that impression.
Yeah. And I'll say, okay, Master Poe. Yes, Sensei.
I have to tell you a funny story. In my school, no.
All right, Master Poe.
It's not about Geraldo, is it?
Everyone laugh.
Oh, no.
No, my students, they know that I don't curse.
Yeah.
I don't. All right. And what happens is one of my students called up another student of mine, and they said, "Well, how is Master Poe going to handle this? Because Opie and Anthony, they curse all the time. Is he going to jump in the studio and say, 'Shut up'?" And he says, no, you can't do that. You know, that would be a wrong thing to do. And I told him, I says, you know, why should I do that? I mean, these guys are fabulous at what they're doing. That's their act.
Thank you, Mr.
And they're not, you know, that's not who they are off the air. They're actually great people.
Master Poe, if you got like some mind skills, you need to. Oh God!
I told you you'd laugh.
He's laughing. Oh God!
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, everyone laughed in front of Master Poe, right?
Yo, dude, that wasn't me. You know her?
Huh?
That wasn't me.
Are you on laughing?
No, I was not laughing.
Oh, I was just checking.
All right. I'm just making sure that you know that I wasn't laughing.
Know that I have their back.
Yo, my man.
That's it. This guy so has our back.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know what kind of threats have come
to
Washington.
This is his
to have
job.
them hire a guy like him.
He takes his job very seriously, and he will take care of any problems that might arise.
All right.
That's
Well, Old Dirty, we're going to get to you in a little while.
It's about respect.
All right. So go back to your little fenced-in area.
Master Poe can show him out, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you, gentlemen.
There he goes, Master Poe.
There he goes. Escorting Lorenzo out.
You know what?
Dirty.
Master Poe would not leave the studio first. He did not want his back to Old Dirty.
No. He makes sure everything is secure.
The best was Old Dirty started like walking in the wrong direction. He's like, no, over here. Like he grabbed him.
And what did Old Dirty do? He just
Yeah, it's funny to see Old Dirty behave. It's hilarious. Oh my God. We all laughed, right?
That was funny.
Dude, you give him the laugh.
No, we had a laugh.
Crazy.
When he says, I have something funny to say, you make sure there's a laugh at the end of that story.
He could have told that stupid Ben Geraldo story.
I would have doubled over. What do you, whoa, you mean he doesn't use a garage?
Come on.
Ben tells a story, and I want to throw that XM cup at his head, and I know I won't miss no matter what direction I fling it in.
And people ding it all the time.
Yeah.
They ding his car.
Hit my fender.
All right, a couple things, Anthony. Wow, TV stations canceling Ryan's the Ryan telecast. I guess yesterday for Veterans Day.
Saving Private Ryan, great movie.
Was on a lot of channels yesterday, but a bunch of channels around America got scared and decided not to run the film uncut.
A lot of the ABC channels.
More than 20 ABC affiliates around the country, including 2 in Ohio, have announced that they won't take part in the network's Veterans Day airing of Saving Private Ryan, saying the acclaimed film's violence and language could draw sanctions from the FCC.
Now, I don't know who you blame here. Do you blame the TV stations, or are they kind of making a statement with this? This is a good way to make a statement. It's like, look, here's a movie where you show it in its entirety. You don't edit out language out of this movie. It's a great movie. It really is. You don't like it?
I love.
Jimmy doesn't like Saving Private Ryan.
Not really. I loved the war stuff. Was some of the best shot stuff I've ever seen. But I just didn't really care for the story about it. I didn't really love. Tom Hanks was good. I just didn't love the story. I didn't really love the movie.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan.
Really liked it, and it's kind of like, especially. Yeah, you want to show these movies in their entirety. You don't want to edit out language and stuff. It becomes silly when you see them say freaking or something ridiculous, or they just cut the word out. And there's no reason the movie can't be shown unedited. Who is it hurting? It's not going to hurt anybody. But they're so scared now of the FCC, and the FCC's made such a to-do about just hearing the F word on the air, that they're afraid that they're going to get fined. They're going to get huge fines every time the word is used on the station. All the affiliates will get fined.
Right.
And it could add up to millions and millions of dollars. So what they're saying is we're not going to play it because we're afraid the FCC is going to fine us. Is that a statement how ridiculous the FCC laws are, or are they genuinely afraid and don't want to make a stand?
Got to thank Janet Jackson, obviously. And this is we brought this up. This is the real problem with the FCC.
This is also the Bono thing, where Bono got up on the awards show and dropped the F-bomb.
One of these program directors, he says something very interesting. We regret that the FCC, given its current timidity and dealing in this area would not grant an advance waiver, which would have allowed stations like ours to run it without any question or any concern.
Oh, so you could get a waiver?
Well,
we should have gunned for one of those.
Everyone knew. Well, the FCC knew. They're on top of this stuff. That
You think the Pope could get me a special dispensation so my girl could get an abortion?
But this is an interesting. This is an interesting point. If they're really doing their job, the FCC should have sent out a waiver because they knew a lot of stations were going to play this on Veterans Day and said, "Look, we're not going to fine you for playing the movie how it was supposed to be, watched."
Right.
All right. But they don't do that. It's a whole gray area, So you're a program director at one of these TV stations. You have to decide, do we take the chance or not?
Sometimes you can say the F word on TV. Sometimes you can't.
Right.
But now it seems like never. Like you can't ever, even if it's used in an artistic manner.
And I don't blame the TV stations. They're all saying in this little article that they wanted to run the movie, but they're just too scared. They're just too scared they're going to get a complaint.
See what the FCC's done?
I don't even blame the FCC on this one, to be honest with you. The only time I think they should be able to air stuff like that, like Scared Straight was a documentary that I'm sure got away with. I mean, that was amazing. But this is a film. I mean, you either just rent it. Not to knock veterans. If there was a documentary on the war or something like that, but to me, Private Ryan doesn't merit it. I just don't think it does.
You don't?
Nah, man. I mean, first, I like Platoon better, or Apocalypse Now. Who doesn't want to see Walter Kurtz? I would rather see that. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of... I can see the
But
FCC
this is where the FCC's fucking everything up. They just are.
It's intimidation. They're intimidating all these stations and owners out of putting on things that they think should be put on and things people want to see. And they say, no, we're just enforcing the rules that are there. But no, they're intimidating people. They're using strong-arm tactics with these threats of huge fines. So now you get things like this, where people go, hey, we could do this, we might do it, it might have been good, but we don't know, so we're not going to play it at all. Now they're getting to the point where if they're not sure, they weren't sure, they weren't saying if you play this movie, we're going to fine you. They didn't say that. They're not sure. So now instead of playing it and seeing what's going to happen, now they just won't play it.
Right, and that's the problem, and that's what's going on with radio as well. A lot of these companies, they're not sure if their jocks could say this or that or talk about this subject matter. So we're going to tell our jocks just to shut the F up entirely.
And documentaries
and now you get watered down programming is what you're getting.
Well, I think documentaries are a bit different, and
I don't think they'd play them either, though.
They might not. You're right, but they might not. But I mean, like Scared Straight or something of that nature would get that waiver.
I guarantee if you're a program director at a lot of these TV stations, you're now looking at everything you have played in the past, and now you're just saying, you know what, we better not play that anymore. We better not play that anymore. We better edit that. We better, and that's where the problem is.
But in this one, there's no. I'll play devil's advocate. There's no, like you're saying about the FCC and their very gray area, and they are arbitrary scumbags. But with this one, fuck and the extreme violence isn't arbitrary. It's almost like it's not even a gray area. You know that if they want to fine you for it, they can. So it's like it's not even a gray area. You know what I mean? If they edited some of the violence out, then it becomes a gray area. But
it's used.
Edit some of the violence out. Did we not see somebody get shot in the face?
I completely agree.
The other day?
I'm sick and tired of the carte blanche the news has. I completely agree.
And I'll use the term loosely. I mean, the word fuck in Private Ryan is used artistically.
Anywhere it is.
And correctly.
It is when Carlin says it or Pryor says it too.
Right. And I think that should be on TV as well.
Well, I
think you should be able to watch it in the year 2004, Richard Pryor uncensored on TV, George Carlin uncensored on TV.
Comedy Central wouldn't even show Pryor uncensored.
We're insane as a society.
I know.
Start saying fuck on regular TV. Within a year, no one will care anymore.
Right. Can I quote a brilliant man, Rich Voss? They're just words.
They're just words.
Only he's talking about regular words that people use on a daily basis that he can't say.
Colin pointed out a great point on Voss, by the way, if I could just digress to Voss for 1 second. When Voss, after 9/11, when Voss called in, he called in because he said, after the attacks, and he said, my daughters asked me what was happened, and I had to explain to her that, honey, there are just people that don't like us. And Colin always quotes Voss as just to what an idiot he is. For saying that, and then I realized that Voss said that because that's just the answer he knew.
People don't like us.
People are going to hate us. He doesn't know why. There's no concept of the Middle East.
All right, let's...
He's talking on a personal level.
He thinks the Middle East is somewhere in the 60s on 2nd Avenue. Wow, that was almost really awful. That was mediocre at best.
People hate us. And by us, I just mean the Vosses.
Lori in Wisconsin. What's up, Lori?
Well, I think you guys are missing the big point on this. The stations actually gave the FCC a copy of Saving Private Ryan and asked them to tell them where it would violate FCC rules, because they aren't totally clear on the new rules.
Yeah.
I mean, this was done in a scroll before they went to other programming. I actually saw it, and it said, contact your congressman and all that. And the point is, the FCC wouldn't give them an answer.
That's the problem.
They want to keep it all mysterious. If they give them an answer, then that's set in law.
That is the problem with the FCC. It's so out of touch and outdated.
Yep.
But it's worse than that.
I mean, we've been, as broadcasters, we've been begging for years, tell us what we can and can't do.
They don't want to make a precedent. They
You know
don't want
that with the Sex for Sam thing that we always have to go back to, unfortunately, but it was a huge case as far as the FCC is concerned. We got fined $357,000 because of the word balloon knot, a word my brother came up with for the ass.
Well, here's
for the a-hole.
problem.
Yes.
They're waiting to see the reaction from the public. Like with the Janet Jackson thing, if there wouldn't have been such a great outcry, I guarantee you there wouldn't have been the big fine.
There wasn't a great outcry for that, though. There really wasn't. The outcry came after the press and everyone else jumped on that thing and showed it 8,000 times, and a few small groups of people that have power, these religious groups, jumped up and complained about it. The majority of this country didn't care about Janet Jackson's tit.
Yeah,
and I agree with you, but that's what the FCC is doing. It's all political. Stations asked for them to say, okay, where will we violate your regulations? The FCC refused to give them an answer, and I guarantee you it's because they want to see which way the wind's going to blow once it's all said and done, and then give them a fine if everyone's up in arms about swear words.
They refuse to tell them.
That's all I have to say.
They refuse to tell them, and so then the stations, they're a little scared, so they don't run it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're losing this battle.
Yeah.
With free speech and, censorship and all that.
It's the fear that the FCC is putting in everybody. It's not their actual laws. It's not their actual fines. It's this cloud of fear that they're putting on all the broadcasters, where they just say, something? Too risky, screw it. And when you have that mindset, what do you get as far as entertainment goes? Mush. You get nothing.
Watered down crap.
Yep.
Well, they did say, I know somebody who you guys know who was on a panel recently with a member of the FCC for some radio convention, and he asked him about what the FCC has been doing and cracking down on this and that, and the guy said, look, you have to understand that these religious groups are really organized, so when one thing happens, they send out a mass email. They send out emails to congressmen. Everybody gets they're very organized. He goes, so then the congressmen come to us and go, what are you doing about it? So we have to do something. So the FCC
ignore them because it's a small group of idiots.
Well, I'm just saying, it's in the FCC's position, the congressmen are coming after them going, you got to do this. But for them, it's a lot of voters.
All right, that's fine. But then the average Joe has to start.
Exactly.
Getting their groups. I know.
They never will.
But you walk around any city, people don't care as much as the media makes it think.
Mm-hmm. They don't care.
The average Joe needs letterhead and get their groups together. They got to wake the F up and say, no, you know what? We do like listening to Opie and Anthony on commercial radio. We do like listening to them on satellite radio, what have you.
We want to see movies on TV that have the, realistic language and depict realistic situations. Not the drivel mush that they put on TV now.
There's a huge group of people that love this type of entertainment.
And until they become organized,
there's a bunch of buzzkills out there that wreck it for everybody.
They work for a living. They enjoy driving in, listening to the show, going home, watching TV. But it's not like if it gets taken away by some small group of idiots that they're going to turn around and start writing letters. It doesn't happen. You go, oh, shit, that sucks, now they're off the air. And you go about your business because you got a life to lead. These other people are looking for something. They're looking for a life to lead. So they pick up these causes. They take this religion in till it takes over their lives. And they start thinking that they know what's best for everyone else in the country. We're left with mush. We're left with granola and oatmeal in the morning.
Oh, God.
Joey's a good show, I heard, though. I've never seen it. But I heard that it's really funny.
You know something? You can't even fake that.
What? I heard
you can't even fake it to me. I love how you even try. You put on the face, but your mouth gives it away because it's trying to go ugh at what you're saying. Don't even, Joey.
You're right. Joey's
a good. What did I just say?
Joey's a good dive show. Excuse me, I'm gonna cough.
All right, listen. There's another story too. We might as well hit on another video.
Yo, let's hit that.
Another video game complaint.
Grove Street.
Yo, CJ,
you get CJ in the game? Get a girlfriend yet? It's hysterical.
It messes everything up, right?
No, he's got to bring her flowers.
We're talking about GTA San Andreas.
Yeah, then he's got to take her out on dates. But after a while, they start really hooking up. And every time she gets into the car, instead of wanting to go to dinner, she goes, "CJ, let's go on a drive-by." And then if CJ bumps into her, she goes, "Oh, my nails! Wash my nails!" And then she goes, "I had 3 kids, but I gave them away." It's classic stuff, man.
I love that game.
3 kids, but I gave them away. And then, they're really starting to get intimate now.
Yeah.
So every so often she goes, "I hope I don't get pregnant." It's classic.
Now we'll get to that later. There's a 59-year-old lady. Oh God, there's too much to go to. Let's do this real fast because this is a quickie. You know how we were talking about the 57-year-old lady for 3 days?
3 days. She's on the cover of all the papers. They're talking about her being the oldest woman in America that's having twins. And she, an old broad. So we talked about it a little, but 3 days.
3 days.
On the front page.
Front page of the New York papers. Huge stories on all the New York newscasts. I guess they were saying that she's the oldest lady to have twins, or
that's what it was.
Or
the
right
oldest.
Up there. All right.
57.
I want to talk to my black brothers and sisters today. I am so with you. This is such a racist country.
I agree.
On page 4 of the New York papers today.
Page 4.
Now, the lady we just talked about, front page news, lead story on all the newscasts, okay?
4 days or 3 days in a row.
3 days in a row. Well, the news, they found... You're laughing already, right? The news found someone that's older.
Stop.
Found someone that's older. She's 59 with twins on the way.
Alita St. James.
Well, this should be a huge story, front page coverage right up until she gives birth because she's older.
Now she's officially
the
older
oldest.
than the lady that was on the front page all week.
Right.
But the problem is she's black, Anthony.
Oh, no.
So instead of being on the front page of all the newspapers, she's on page 4 and quickly going to page 80.
Well, a strip story, too, not even the whole page.
There's a reason that they didn't put her on the front page.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, let's get the inappropriate bells in front of us.
It's nothing bad. But they didn't put her because she's 59 with twins, because she's already in a story about being the oldest woman in 3rd grade.
Oh, my God.
And why...
Third grade.
And why do you think she's still in 3rd grade, Jimmy?
Because she's from Georgia.
Let's go in. Yeah, sure.
Wow, good one.
Let's go inside the joke. Why do you think?
Because she's a Georgian.
Yeah, okay. Alita St. James, you're just a spring chicken. It says a 59-year-old great grandmother in rural Georgia.
What did it say? She's just a Popeyes what?
Georgia says she's expecting twins, and that would make her one of the oldest Americans ever to give birth. Mary Frances Harris has a good 2 years on St. James, who bore twins in New York on Tuesday, 3 days shy of her 57th birthday. So this lady is now the oldest that's going to give birth to twins.
And where's the big front page 3 day in a row story?
Well, she's only on page 4 of the Daily News, and she's not even in the other papers.
No, the Post wouldn't have her in.
But unlike St. James, who is a first-time mom and conceived through in vitro fertilization, Harris of Sylvester, Georgia, says she got pregnant the old-fashioned way.
I earned it. I earned the motherfucker. Mm-hmm. I'm pregnant.
I did it for the benefits.
Why don't I get no front page? Mm-hmm.
I got pregnant the old-fashioned way, for money.
Wow. That really is racist.
I do.
Why isn't she getting the coverage?
Because
Oh my God! She already has 5 kids. I'm reading. Maybe we should read this before
She's
the
gonna
show.
have 7.
She even had her tubes tied after the birth of her last child 34 years ago.
That came undid.
They came untied. Wow! And that's why she got pregnant.
Should have tied it in a square knot. Mm-hmm. I'm pregnant, but I'm gonna go have my hair did. It's a racist country.
It really
we
is
live in.
sickening that she's not getting the coverage that others. Well, plus the other lady's in New York and she's Sliwa's sister. Don't tell me that doesn't have anything to do with it. But that's really annoying.
Yeah, but that whole story was about how they found the oldest lady to to give birth to twins. But now there's one that's older.
How'd they fit 2 little berets in her snatch before those kids came out?
And the fact that this woman, the woman in the paper, looks like English from Escape from Alcatraz. The fact that if you look at her face, there's an old man reference, 1979 obscure reference. What a loser!
Well, there you go.
Ashley's back.
I defy the New York papers to give her the coverage you gave.
Oh, and the
that
papers
white
have
woman.
her as the youngest girl to ever bang her father's friend.
Ashley.
Yeah.
What's going on today?
I'm in my parents' house, and I'm up in their room on their bed, and I'm going to blow him and make him, when he's ready to come, I want him to come all over their sheets, and then we're going to leave.
Okay, hold on. The guy is there with you, Fred?
Yeah, it took me a while to convince him to do it, but because my parents, usually on Fridays, my dad doesn't work, we sat across the street and waited for them to leave. They usually go grocery shopping afterwards.
So why are you whispering if they're not in the house?
I don't know. I guess because I'm all freaked out on doing this.
See, we're not. I don't know if we're buying your story.
I know it gets bigger and bigger and worse as it goes along, and it's so outrageous that it leads us to believe that perhaps it isn't really happening.
Let us talk to him.
Hold on.
You sure do have a cast though.
Hello.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Fred.
What?
Fred.
Fred. And you're the friend of the father.
Uh-huh.
And you've been having sex with this daughter.
Yeah.
What'd the father do when he found out?
Beat the shit out of me.
And how old are you?
38.
38, and you're banging your best friend's daughter.
Yeah.
And her father's 38?
I think he's pushing 40.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, I just don't know if I buy this.
It's so outrageous that it's like, you want to believe it because it's so outrageous, but then you kind of got to think, how can this possibly really be happening?
Hey, Fred, if she gives you a Hummer, will you promise not the sheets? Will you arc one on the pillow?
I don't even know if I can get it off or not.
Oh, you don't even know you could get it up?
Get it off.
Oh, get it off. Wow, what to ask this guy?
How big is it?
What?
So you've been taking her to the hotel, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And giving her, is she hot?
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah.
So you've been looking at her for many years?
Since she's about 16, I guess.
16?
Yeah.
And how bad did he get beat up the other day?
I got a black eye, a fat lip.
What did he do? Like, how did he? All of a sudden, you don't know what's happening, and you see the father pull up?
Yeah, I didn't really think anything about it, and then he just busted in the door and started beating the shit out of me.
So he came to your house. Did he say anything?
Just shit like, what the hell you doing with my daughter and stuff like that.
And what did you say?
I just kind of crouched on the couch and tried to cover up best I could.
And took it like a man, knowing what you were going to get later on that night from his daughter, right?
Yeah.
So you like that hot piece of ass in front of you?
Oh, yeah. A whole lot better than my wife.
Oh, yeah, your wife. What happened to her?
She hasn't come home yet.
Where was she?
She's in St. Petersburg.
Man, everything adds up.
They got the story together. It's so
They
it's
all
so
have
cool.
their story together.
They're like a little drama
This is
club.
definitely. Anthony and I have talked about this this thing that's been going on our show for the last few days, and we're just not sure what's real and what's not
because it's so out there. It's one of those things. I mean, everyone's facts are kind of lining up. They're really prepared if it isn't.
Yes, Sex Bagel.
Ask him, the hotel they were talking about last time, is it the one down the street or the one near the mall?
Yeah. What hotel was it at?
Was it the one down the street or the one near the mall?
There's the one up next to the mall.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the one next to the mall.
Would you guys be able to come in studio someday?
I don't want to see these two.
I can't wait to see these two. They're the greatest two ever.
All
right.
Well,
so are you naked? Is she naked?
Yeah, she is, but I just got my pants down. I don't want to take my pants off or anything. I'm going to get out of here if anything happens.
So why would you be talked into this?
I'm stupid.
Well, I'll give you that.
And why is it's Ashley, right? Why is Ashley so upset with her parents that she would do this?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She never talks to you about it?
Nah, it's just same old teenage stuff. You know how they are.
Yeah.
Of course we do.
Hell yeah. Tight as a drum.
So what is Ashley doing now?
She's working on it.
She's working on your thing?
Uh-huh.
And what does she look like?
She's long brown hair, blue eyes, about 5'2", about 110 pounds, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Aha, caught him.
What was
she
that?
said 108.
I heard a baby in the background.
Yeah, what am I hearing in the background, sir?
Probably TV. TV's still playing.
All right, is she working you good?
Yeah.
Let's get the phone to Ashley. Hey, Ashley.
Hey,
So what are you doing?
I'm blowing them.
In your parents' bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, there's your mom.
Okay.
Oh, all right. See, now I'm not
All
buying
right.
it.
There it is. They went too far.
Shit, there's your mom.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, okay. Let's just listen.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What the fuck is...
Those cornballs.
That was so bad. That was
well, here's your mom. And then he says again, here's your mom.
There's your mom. I don't think they heard it. There's your mom.
I think we put an end to that story finally.
Mr. Faversham. If you want me to be involved with the play, it's out of the question, out of the question.
Rachel, you sucked my cock and your mom walked in.
Your mom is back.
That was awful. We wanted to believe it.
Nah, but
yes, Sex Bagel?
I just called the number back, the mom's phone number.
Yeah.
You just hear the phone come on and you're, ow, my hair, and then it hangs up again. So they're still playing the act
They're still
out.
acting.
Like, we're going to keep calling
That's
them
really
over and over
funny.
to see if this...
The beautiful thing is, though, and I'll credit myself, I didn't buy this from the first.
From the get-go. Yep.
This
it was
is
one
a
of those
bunch of
things that was
bunk.
like bunk. It was one of those things that sounded fun. You wanted to believe it, but they really, like, their little acting crew there, they had their facts lined
were
up.
good.
I didn't think it was real either. It was one of those things, you know, it's kind of fun to listen to them making it up. And that was kind of funny,
Well, for
too.
a while there, we weren't sure.
Yeah, it was. I was
we gotta
saying,
be honest. And then we were, Ed and I were talking. We're like, I don't know, man.
I was saying there was a little element of doubt. That was the only thread holding it together. But after that, I mean, come on.
That ends it right there.
That ends it.
You know what really rubbed me the wrong way, and I noticed this immediately, is that these two are supposedly fighting on the phone, and yet they tolerated every idiotic thing we said.
Right.
The mother, you raised a slut.
A slut. I raised a slut, Mary. Right now, with what they're doing, they're all clasping hands and bowing.
They would.
Thank you.
Well, now they have to call back and tell us what that was all about.
Yeah, just call back. We got the goof. Call back.
Yeah, we know
back.
you were kidding. It was fun. It was fun. They put on a nice little show.
Absolutely.
It was
It was a
like
nice
watching a mini-series.
It was a good 3-day soap
vignette.
opera.
Yeah.
A vignette.
And you know what? If you poll the audience, I think over 50% were buying this whole thing until today.
Yeah, that was just awful.
That was a huge discussion on a lot of the message boards.
You guys are tools. Why are we tools?
Why are we tools, stupid asses?
Ever say donkey sausage?
Why are we tools? We said just before we went to the phone call or continue with the phone call that we weren't sure we were buying it completely.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Too bad Dad didn't show up.
Yeah, that would have been hot. Him and Fred could have got into it.
Damn, you think they could have at least gotten into the BJ a little more?
That even sounded fake.
Yeah.
All right.
Listener theater of the mind equals awful radio. If no one thought it was real, how did you confirm that this was a real story yesterday?
Good point. Good point. I think someone on this program did confirm it was a real story.
Someone did say they confirmed it, and it's a real story.
And I think he's got frosted hair.
Was it Sex Bagel that was confirming that this was real?
I think it was.
Well, we tried to confirm it by acting like a lawyer and stuff.
Yeah, but they weren't going to fess up to anybody.
I'll bet you they were saying, did you believe that idiot acted like a lawyer and he thinks we bought it? Yes, for legal ramifications.
We knew you weren't a real lawyer.
Anthony didn't know any real legal terms. Look, technically, there can be jail.
Well, Sex Bagel's working on him.
Technically.
Sex Bagel, I think, is working on him right now.
Not only that, the name of the lawyer that I used was Chuck Schick, who was the lawyer in the law student in Caddyshack. That walked up, introduced you to, hey, I'd like you to meet Chuck Schick. He's going to law school.
That's zero.
Chuck Schick.
That's good.
I'll say.
Nick Cage's performance in Wind Talkers was better than that awful acting.
Yeah, that was horrendous.
Oh, it's your mom. Nothing.
Yeah, just
it's your mom.
Yeah, I know. Just perfect timing.
Ugh.
It's your mom.
No.
It's your mom.
When I give you the signal, we're gonna yell, "It's your mom."
Ugh.
All right.
Oh, I got it. Let's call up and we'll say that mom walked in.
That's been bothering me for the last few days, so I'm glad there's an ending to
But
that.
God, I tell you one thing. The only thing he almost tripped up, what color her hair was? Blonde, brown.
Blonde brown.
Blonde, brown.
She was probably shaking her hair in front of him.
No, I mean, she couldn't have been. They had to, I bet you they wrote stuff down because you think that the age is right, everything right.
The hotel location.
Everything.
All right.
Mm-hmm. That was
we have a new Monster Rain song.
Good little show.
So, do we?
Monster Rain.
This Monster Rain thing is taking on a life of its own.
It really is taking over in the country. It's a hit.
People love the Monster Rain.
They love playing it. They love talking about it.
Well, you got Imaginary Bill and Pappy going back and forth with their Monster Rain song.
Pappy.
So Pappy, I think, started it, right?
Yes.
And then
Monster Rain.
And then Imaginary Bill.
They did the Monster Rain. That's really funny. That's my favorite so far.
That was the one yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So, you know what? People are turning on their radios every day, so why don't we play the latest Monster Rain song?
The Monster Rain.
The one we had on the air yesterday. And then we're going to go back to Pappy, who came up with another one.
It's Monster Rain twofer.
They're
you do me, I'll do you.
They're dueling it out. They're dueling it out.
Right.
That's right. Get the seat out.
All right, so
this was little plucked chickens.
This was the one from yesterday. Imaginary Bill and his Monster Rain song. And then we'll come back on the air, and then we'll play the Pappy, the new one.
Here I am, out for a stroll, minding my own vampire business. Hey, what's that noise under the porch? I better investigate. Oh my goodness, stop that. I'm scarred for life. I was walking one fine day when I first saw two young eager boys hidden under the porch. One was little Jimmy Norton with eyes so round. He was on his friend's crotch making slurping sound. He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain, the Monster Rain. And now his clothes are all stained. He did the rain, it caused him mental pain. He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain. With his little buggy eyes and soft little breasts, young Jimmy saw that he was making a mess. His hair was all sticky, but he kept his pace. Now we know why he likes hookers to piss on his face. He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain, the Monster Rain. Little Jimmy was game, he did the rain, it caused him mental pain. He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain. The two boys were just having fun. The Monster Rain had just begun. The other boy's father caught them and he said,
Hey there, what are you doing to my son?
Hey, young Jimmy, let me tassel your hair. Why you're so sticky and covered in sweat? Your spit-stained cheeks are so very pale. Why not just invent a game called The First Night in Jail? He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain, the Monster Rain. Little Jimmy was game, he did the rain. And now his clothes are all stained. He did the rain, he did the Monster Rain. Now that Jimmy's a little older, he must repent that he has such memories of rubber cement. He should have protested and stated quite plain, dude, I'm not gonna taste your DNA. Oh no, you hear that? They're at it again. Man, that's disturbing. I'm going to have my eyes washed. Why would anybody even tell this story? Little Jimmy Norton's a sociopath.
Oy vey! Imaginary Bill with the Monster Rain song. What's that?
From Hollywood, it's the most non-threatening black men on television, the Brothers Brothers.
The Brothers Brothers?
Oh, my God.
Whose bit is that?
That's in Living Color, I think. An old In Living Color bit.
What was that, on the end of that?
CD, yeah.
Oh.
All right, I think Ashley's back on the line here. She's laughing. Ashley.
Yeah.
All right, you guys got to, like, fess up now because we're on to you.
Okay.
So,
do you remember on your...
Look at them, they're all little troops.
Look at this, it's a comedy.
Drama
It's a comedy troupe. It's the... we're an improv group. It's the Upright Citizens Brigade, everybody.
Do you remember on your second show, the second week of your show on Monday, a girl from Tennessee called and played with herself with that high voltage vibrator because I had dirty dreams about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm Nina from Tennessee.
Oh, okay. And you actually emailed me a couple times, right?
Well, how about I drove to Hazleton so that Janice's number would register on your phone line?
Are you crazy?
No, what'd you do? Just forward it?
Yeah, we just totally wanted to mess with you guys. We were giving you a little bit of your positive women's promo.
You guys had
problem with the promo.
All right. Let's back up. So you were the one from Tennessee that played with yourself, right?
Right.
So was that for real?
Yeah, it was. That was for real.
So you had a real orgasm on our show?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So then you guys
This is just totally because we just wanted to give you a little bit of women positive promo.
Yeah, that's positive, all right.
All right. So Ashley, how old are you?
I told you I'm 32.
You're 32 and you were acting like a teenager?
Yeah. Yeah. And how about Janice, my mother? Is 31. Is 31.
The mom. I can't believe she's... Hey, did you write stuff down?
No, I swear to God, we didn't write nothing down.
It's all improv.
Look, yeah, all improv, and we did it over the phone. I was calling you guys from my Tennessee number. And when you guys were calling her, it was from her Pennsylvania number.
Man.
And we were just communicating back and forth by phone, and then Fred was actually my husband that you were talking to.
Yeah, Fred ruined it.
They don't do true or false.
Yeah, Fred's acting stunk.
They want to try and trap you, so they don't ever give you true or false.
I got to tell you, there was a point I was believing it for a while. I think there was a point Anthony was for a little bit.
I'm always completely skeptical,
but
so there was that element of doubt the whole time, and I'm always fishing around trying to find out. I wanted to believe it.
Oh, hell yeah. And then I got to tell you, the listeners, they're being honest on the instant feedback, and it's split right down the middle, right?
It was always split 50-50.
Well, so we love your show, and the shit that you say about women isn't bad. I mean, hell,
I know. Hey, what did you think of Anthony's lawyer impression?
I knew it was a crock of shit.
Of course you did.
Damn it.
Yeah, I played right into it.
Stupid Chuck Schick.
Yeah,
but here,
Chuck ruined the program.
I'm going to give you to Janice. She wants to talk to you for a couple minutes. I love you guys, Norton. You're a sweetheart, and I'll talk to you later.
Okay, thank you, miss.
Hey,
Hello, this is Mom.
Hey, Janice, how are you?
Good, how are you?
You guys were pretty good, I got to tell you.
Were we? The first 2 days, we kind of wanted to go over the top today so that everybody really knew.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you're saying it. You're saying that now because it went horribly wrong. The timing was awful.
Oh well, we didn't. Like we said, we didn't have anything planned.
But there was, 3 days of fun.
Yeah, well, we just figured, maybe you can get something you could use for a positive promo.
That was great. We enjoyed
and
that.
as far as you not having women listeners, you obviously know you do.
Well, can you guys make it up to us now and dyke out or something? Dyke out, Opie? Or have Ashley get banged live on the show? I think you got to make it up to us now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to do that.
All right. You know what was a little confusing for me? We played a Hi Mom, I'm in Jail from our old CD. Oh, no, that CD never came out. That's right. And, it's out there, though, and thousands of people are enjoying it, thanks to file sharing and oavirus.com. But Then she, Ashley called up, decided this is my opportunity, and said, I want to do one of those.
Mhm.
And that's when
Yeah.
I was like, well, if it was something planned, the timing, you know what I mean?
I know, yeah,
The
yeah.
timing was too good.
Yeah, well, we tried to make it sound a little more real, but we're not professionals, so.
You guys at least made it seem professional. That Fred, that's the worst acting I've ever heard.
I know.
Fred was horrible.
Yeah, we hated Fred.
He made Voss seem like John Gielgud.
Wow, nice. Good reference. All right, guys.
Okay, but we love you, and we're going to continue listening to you. We think you guys rock.
Thank you.
Stay away from the pranks, or people are going to start thinking we're doing fake radio.
Okay, no.
And tell Ashley she's got a bang now live on the show.
Okay, we will.
All right.
Okay. Oh.
There it is. Oh, you're going to get it.
Hey, dude, let me tell you, these chicks were real. Hey, it's Rockhole. What's going on? Me and Dave are calling these chicks again.
Yeah, all right.
That was
We
fun.
fessed up to it.
Cool.
It was fun to listen to for a little while.
It definitely had me wanting to believe for a couple days. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't think that's my cell phone.
It's mine.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So where were we? Oh, all right. So we have the brand new Monster Rain song. We've just played Imaginary Bill, who challenged Pappy.
Mm-hmm.
And now Pappy is coming back with his latest Monster Rain song.
Pappy.
So this is the third song, I guess, right? And this is the trilogy.
Yeah.
The third of the trilogy. So it's playing Monster Rain, as in Singing in the Rain, by Pappy. No? Oh, it's perfectly timed, too.
Oops.
Hold on a minute.
Oh, don't worry, Opie. It'll play.
No, I don't know if it wants to play now.
There you go, Ben.
That's great when you have to punch things to make them work.
There it goes.
Playing Monster Rain, just playing Monster Rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm getting blown again. I'll follow my friend down under the floor. His cock's in my mouth, and I'm playing the whore. Let the stormy clouds chase he and I to our place. Come on with the rain, I've got spunk upon my face. He'll go down on my vein, reciprocating again. We're playing, just playing Monster Rain.
And there you have it, Pappy.
I like it.
It's not bad, right?
Really good.
Playing Monster Rain.
Very funny. But I still like the other one a little better. That one's, cute.
The Monster Rain.
I like the Monster Rain.
Know what everyone's loving is the Silence of the Lambs musical.
Oh, that's a real toe tapper.
Yeah. So, all right. Why are you opening up packages in the
Ooh.
studio?
Could be an explosive device.
What is
Waiting
that?
to the break. I don't know. I started opening it.
Well, now you can't leave the listeners in suspense, Ben. What's in that box?
Why would you bring it in here, though?
I don't have a
Because we
desk.
don't have an office. That's right.
I don't have a desk.
But it's
That
our
could-
problem.
That could be
But it's our
anthrax.
problem that we don't have anywhere to work and
Isn't that
solve
funny?
problems.
Ben's got to come in during a break and open boxes because
There's
we don't
nowhere else
have
to go.
We don't have an office.
There's just nowhere else to go.
Ben, please send out 18 emails on this.
I
to
got nowhere
appropriate
else
people.
to go.
All right. Why don't we, you want to play, yeah, we promised that last U2 song. Why don't we play one more U2 song?
Miracle Drug.
And then we're going to play a real, and then we're going to do a real break so we can regroup, all right? So, we're going to play, we've been debuting tracks off the new U2 album this
Miracle
morning.
Drug.
Debuting.
It's a world exclusive, Anthony.
World exclusive.
They use that exclusive word way too loosely.
Exclusively exclusive.
And you know what's funny? Like so many stations on on regular radio all over the country today. World exclusive. You know?
Oh, they've built all kinds of sweepers for it.
It's a U2 exclusive. Wow.
U2 exclusive.
Only on the edge.
U2 exclusive.
If you use lasers in your promos, you stink.
You know, I did radio recently, and I forgot how bad this can be. The guy was great. It's just a station thing. But while you're talking, they have like a little bit of rock music playing under you, just so the casual listener knows it's a rock station.
Oh, yeah.
It makes me sick.
The bed. We used to have the bed at AAF.
Yeah,
Is that what it's called, the bed?
Yeah, we did the bed.
I hate music playing under talking.
Didn't we start not playing the bed, and Brucey got all mad?
Boys,
we have to keep the rock. That's how they actually made an excuse. They said, well, this is how we keep rocking. Like when they say we rock for an hour straight or something, they can consider that bed part of the rock. The rock doesn't stop. See, we're still rocking, even though we're talking.
Our old boss was such an ass. Anthony and I decided to start talking. No one... The reality is, we don't know how to do a talk show. I think people have figured that out by now. We just started talking because we were sick of all the crap that's on regular radio and playing into the whole Black Party Weekend philosophy and the 2 for Tuesdays and this and that and doing, traffic and weather together on the 19s or whatever the hell they do. So the fact is, Dan and I one day said, you know what? I'm kind of bored here playing the same damn crap. They can believe, that this music is so fresh and great. Mm-hmm. Even a Metallica song gets freaking boring when you play it 200 times.
Right.
On your radio show. So we started talking. That's a fact. No one told us. No one decided to groom us to be talk show hosts. We said, you know what? No. We're going to just start talking. So I'll never forget Bruce, our old boss at AF, comes walking in. Boys, are we doing a talk show now, boys?
Boys, we're doing all sarcastic. We're doing a talk show now, boys.
Boys, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Bruce.
What happened to the 12 songs in a row, boys? Yes, Steve.
I had to play his music. He was in here so long.
That's right. He was just kind of bumbling around that awful shirt.
So we just started talking.
That's it.
Boys,
what are we going to do? Have a talk show?
Well,
okay, Bruce. You said it. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, Bruce, we'll do it your way and continue making $60,000 a year for the rest of our lives. I think we figured out the way it was supposed to be.
60?
You guys are making 60 grand?
Oh,
yeah, right.
I was.
Nice.
Because I used to make more than Anthony.
I was making and 27.5.
Hold on, I wasn't making 60 when you were making that.
27.5.
We had like a $10,000 difference for a while there that Anthony holds me to this day.
27.5, which was $2,000 less than I was making in construction.
So, Bruce, you're right. We should stop talking and do it your way.
Bruce, stay with me and you'll be making 30 grand.
Right.
You'll be making 30 large.
Yeah, we were going to get successful doing it your way. Of course. Of course.
Guys, can we play a little Metallica underneath the talking? I kind of like that, actually.
The bed.
All right, Master Poe is pacing out there. We're going to have to get Old Dirty in here.
Mm-hmm.
Give Master Poe a break. All right, so we're going to do Miracle Drug, U2, from How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. The CD drops November 23rd. Brand new U2 on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Trip inside your head, spend the day there to hear the things you haven't said and see what you might see. I wanna hear you when you call. Do you feel anything at all? I wanna see your thoughts take shape and walk right out free. Like the top of a newborn baby's head, the songs are in your eyes. I see them when you smile. I've seen enough, I'm not giving up on a miracle drug. The science and the human heart, there is no limits, there is no failure here, sweetheart. just when you quit. I am you, and you are mine. Love makes no sense of space and time will disappear. Love and logic keep us clear. Reason is on our side. Love, the songs are in your eyes. I see them when you smile. I've had enough of romantic love. I give it up, yeah, I give it up for a miracle. A miracle drug. A miracle drug.
Now available on Nortone Records. A heartwarming compilation. A tribute to the mentally disadvantaged. It's Jim Norton Duets. Straight from the Opie and Anthony show, it's Jim Norton. A preschooler's keyboard and a room full of retards. Singing some of television's greatest hits.
Mister, we could use a hanger if your mother gets pregnant again.
The Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, he sure ran that one into the ground.
That would be a promo.
So I eat out a lot. I eat out alone. That's how all the freaks eat. They eat alone, man. I was at this restaurant downtown New York. I'm alone. This other guy's sitting at another table alone. This is the way he ordered his food. He goes, yeah, can I get the veggie burger dinner? And I always get my check with the meal. Not you can bring my check with the meal if you like. I always get my check with the meal. I guess the waitress was supposed to say, oh my God, I've heard about you. You're the guy who gets his check with the meal. You know, it's been a crazy day. We had 2 napkin Tommy in earlier. And see that guy over there? That's dessert before dinner Danny. What a great restaurant I work at. Full of characters. People always say, Thanksgiving dinner, it makes me sleepy. Thanksgiving dinner, it makes me sleepy. You know what makes me sleepy? Hearing about people's Thanksgiving dinner. So your mom puts ginger ale on the yams? Fucking. You wouldn't happen to have a green bean story in you, would you? Would you? Because I am all ears. This guy's ready to hurl his backpack at me. Why are you holding on to me? Afraid I might steal that? I don't know. He seems to be kind of fucking around a lot up there. I don't want him to steal my shit now. I got Weezer bootleg. Is that all true, really? God, I'm a bright, perceptive guy. I love tattooed women, man. I go crazy when I see a tattoo on a woman. I don't even care what it is. I can meet a woman like, hey, what's that little tattoo on your shoulder? Oh, this? It's a soybean? Of course it is. You know, at first I thought it was a Rice Krispie. But that would be ridiculous.
See, I don't know. I just differ, you know. Like remember those summer trips you take with your folks growing up? Remember those nightmare fucking excursions, you know? And instead of doing that, why don't families take mushrooms? Stay home and trip together. Be a much better trip. The whole movies would be tons more fun. Just 20 minutes of someone's thumb. You see, son, the thumb is opposable. That's why we can use tools and live indoors. Speaking of indoors, you get the impression the walls are breathing? I do, Mom. It's like we're all one consciousness, experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death, son. It's only illusion that we are separate beings. In actuality, we are all one God is love, and love is all there is. And if that's all there is, there can be no opposite. Cool, Dad. I think that'd be such a neat trip, in a way, with your parents. I think it might be more than an eye-opener, perhaps a third eye-opener.
Anthony Show, XM202.
And the sign said, long-haired freaky people need God to fly. And the sign said, long-haired freaky people need God to fly. And the sign said, long-haired freaky people need God to fly.
Right on. Fatboy Slim, I do believe. Sampling signs. It's the O&A virus spreading across America thanks to XM satellite radio. XM satellite radio. Thank you, XM. We love you guys.
Yes.
We love you guys.
So you sound sarcastic when you say it like that.
No, they need to feel a little love. So
well, that wasn't it.
We love you guys. Hey, man, we love you. How's that?
Hey, man.
Yeah. Hey, man.
We love you.
Don't take what we say personally. We kid because we love. We love you guys.
man.
How's that?
Very good.
I actually do like everyone I've met from XM. They're all fine people.
Right. Just get us an office. That's all
we ask.
All right, Anthony. We got to get Old Dirty in here, and a lot of people walking around outside today. But really fast, there's another lawsuit because of a video game, Anthony.
Oh, great.
Lawsuit filed against, wait, where's the other copy? Yeah. Lawsuit filed against Sony, Walmart over game linked to shootings, Anthony. You want to guess what game is involved once again?
Pac-Man. There's been a man running around yelling, waka, waka, waka.
Waka, waka.
Thanks for ruining the bit. That's where we're going to go with this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe if you were in the...
you didn't tell me, Albie. How am I supposed to know?
Maybe if you were in the pre-show meeting, instead of showing up at 6 o'clock, you would have...
I get up very...
we had a whole thing where a gorilla was...
Oh, don't ruin all of the bits.
Oh, all right.
No one told
now
me.
It's too late.
We're gonna like try to go with it anyway.
Let's ruin no, now put the whole thing down.
God damn it.
Thanks, Jimmy.
What did I do? I didn't...
This was going to be our benchmark bit today. This was the one that was going to go on for 20, 25 minutes. People are going to, email us and call going, I laughed so hard I almost drove off the road. But now it's just going to be a basic story, thanks to you.
Well, Opie, you gotta tell me these things.
You got your cute line out, one little Jimmy Norton line. That's fine, but it was going to be 20 minutes of Anthony just going off.
I would have let that waka waka thing on the table. I wouldn't have picked it up if you would
Why'd you put it on me?
Yeah.
Huh? What happened?
Wouldn't be 20 minutes on me going off.
I didn't get mad when he
because
stole my lawyer
said
impression.
the one thing.
Because I have so much confidence in what you do, Anthony. That's why.
Jimmy said the one line, and you pretty much ruined the other. So I'm sitting here with nothing.
No, we had that other line though, about how the kid, wants to get across the street,
Right,
and he
right.
got hit because he thought he could
Well, just tell that story. We'll see where it goes.
I almost referenced that in a way because I did a Waka Waka joke on Tough Crowd that Colin called me out for and destroyed me on.
Waka Waka.
He silenced the audience and he goes, shh, just let him sit there. He said, did you really paint your face yellow and yell Waka Waka Waka? And he sat down and looked at me. So it was a very uncomfortable moment.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know. All you had to do is tell me, look, we're doing this thing. Be quiet. I would have shut my mouth.
No,
and left
it's
that
not about
Pac-Man
being
reference
quiet.
alone. No,
It's just-
but I wouldn't have stepped on it. I
Lawsuit
didn't know.
filed against
Nobody
Sony,
told me.
Walmart over game linked to shootings. No, it doesn't matter.
What happened? Was the guy rolling barrels and somebody was jumping over them and tripped him?
See? That was going to be
That was
my
one of the
brilliant
other
line.
ones.
Oh,
that was the other
How
one.
am I supposed to know? Nobody tells me.
You had Pac-Man Frogger. I had Donkey Kong.
I had the Frogger line.
Right.
The Frogger line was going to be mine.
Donkey Kong was mine.
Where the kid's parents wanted to sue somebody because his kid tried to cross the street, in the middle of traffic,
Yeah.
and he would hop forward a couple times, hop back one, then hop forward,
And
and
mine
then he
was
got
the-
hit. And he figured out this is how to cross the street because of the game Frogger.
So they're suing him.
So they're suing the
They're
makers
suing
of
the
Frogger.
And my guy has a lawsuit pending. He's an Italian guy, and he's got a lawsuit because some big ape was rolling barrels down.
Is that Donkey Kong or a Brooklyn reference?
Jesus.
Because our own Earl.
And the reason is because they're suing over an old video game.
They're suing over a video game that was out years ago.
And that's why the old video game references.
Yeah,
you
it would
dick.
have been a scream.
This would have been a best of bit, you ass.
See, the old video games should have come into play after we did the story.
Right.
Bringing them up before you do the story is like, then we go back to it.
Right.
It's like,
I understand some of the hostages overseas, their family are suing Pac-Man because they feel the insurgents are doing impressions of that as they hold up just the heads.
Oh, my God, dude. All right. That's not funny.
I thought just the head reference would be...
Knoxville, Tennessee, Anthony. Knoxville, Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
A $246 million lawsuit was filed against the designer, marketer, and retailer of the video game series Grand Theft Auto by the families of two people shot by teenagers apparently inspired by the game. Aaron, 45, a registered nurse, was killed, and Kimberly, 19, of Virginia, also was killed. No, she was seriously wounded when their cars were hit June 25th by .22 caliber bullets as they passed through the Great Smoky Mountains.
Oh, boy.
Stepbrothers William and Joshua, 16 and 14, of Newport, were sentenced in August to an indefinite term in state custody after pleading guilty in juvenile court to reckless homicide, endangerment, and assault.
They killed two?
Well, they killed one and seriously wounded the other.
Outstanding!
They were shooting at cars from their perch, Anthony.
They were Marines!
The boys told investigators they got the rifles from a locked room in their home and decided to randomly shoot at tractor-trailer rigs, just like in the video game Grand Theft Auto 3. Hence the old video game references that we will now not do.
Right, because it's been
Thanks,
years
Jimmy.
and a couple of more Grand Theft Auto games.
Yeah, we're up to
have come
Grand
out.
Theft Auto 5, but they're suing over an older video game.
Over an old game.
So now all the Frogger references,
I wonder
and the
what
Donkey
else
Kong
you
and the
could
Pac-Man.
sue over from years ago.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I heard that there's a family suing because someone was throwing big rocks at their spaceship.
Pew, pew.
Nobody told me.
Well,
you know.
See, right about now, we'd have been talking about the rolling the barrels down on Italian people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
We would enjoy an extra hour's sleep, too. But we
another
get in here to-
Italian guy injured his head jumping up and hitting a box so a coin would come out.
Right.
And he's suing the makers of Super Mario Brothers. But you brought up the Pac-Man thing a little early.
I didn't know.
I'm sure we would have had a Pong reference too.
It happens.
We would have fit that in there somewhere.
I had a Glaxon joke would have knocked your socks off.
Right.
I can't think of any other video games with creatures in them. I'd love to contribute.
We were going to talk about Centipede as well. But
Centipede.
Now it's lost.
Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah.
So it's an old. Thank God someone says this. There's no credible evidence that violent games lead to violent behavior.
No. They better just throw this out.
All right. And these kids simply decided to take the thrill of that game out to Interstate 40 and started pointing at cars.
See, that's where you draw the line. You don't sue the game. You lock up the lunatics that are doing it. Because I defy you to find one out of a couple of million people that play a game that decides they're going to go out there and shoot up cars. Just never thinking of the consequences. It's so much fun to do it in the game.
Well, there you go. We'll just cross that
off.
We'll cross that bit out.
Could you just make a little note? Bit ruined.
And we had it marked down for 20 minutes of fine airtime. Instead, it's 3 minutes of awfulness. But you got your great line out.
You have to tell me those things because that's what I do. If someone says something, I'll just chime in with a little.
Hey, sue about that yellow guy. I'll waka.
Yeah, the little Asian head that bounces around.
All right. Well,
no emotion whether he's being chased or eating power pills.
He doesn't care if he's eating a piece of flute or just bouncing around with those little.
Hey, they brought
things.
the Christmas tree to Rockefeller Center, everyone.
Oh, Jim.
Wish I knew where you were going with that, so I could squash it immediately.
It's a big deal every year. They find a stupid tree somewhere in upstate New York, and they bring it to New York City. And
Is this filler? Because we didn't.
Oh,
have 20
hell
minutes?
yeah, it is.
Hey, how about that tree?
Yeah. They had this
green.
year. It was a little different though. They had heavily armed guards.
That's the spirit of Christmas.
Gotta love that. All right, well, that didn't work.
Maybe we could do a Christmas carol with guns involved.
That's a big tree, huh, boys?
It's green.
Well, let's get Old Dirty in here.
Gun.
Over there.
I don't like standing there. I like standing here. I get weird when I'm over there.
You don't have to move over.
I did before.
I wish you would move out of the freaking studio personally.
Jimmy-
But
Well, I don't want to leave the studio. I like being
waka.
here.
Why don't you just waka?
Yeah, why don't you just walk out?
Maybe I could eat dots on
Out
my
onto
way to my
57th Street, you ass.
gobble dots.
That was, we circle bits like this is going to be the one they're talking about all weekend. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, well.
I just didn't know.
Now what are they going to be talking about today? Another Monster Rain song.
No one told me.
What's up, Old Dirty?
What's the deal?
What you drinking, bro?
I've had like 8 of these joints, son.
What are they?
Stacked the YJ Stingers.
YJ Stinger.
Oh, man.
Are they an advertiser on the XM radio open air
I think they're going to be.
Yeah.
You like the stuff? You must if you're drinking a lot of them.
Well, they ain't no beer.
We have a Jägermeister machine right behind you, yo.
Mr. Poe told me, informed me that there will be no alcoholic beverages served in the studio.
Why?
Well, I don't want the brother to break my neck or nothing.
You can have a drink.
Wait, why is
you
Master
could have a
Poe
shot.
saying that?
Hey, it lights up and everything.
Oh, yeah. It plugs in. It comes out at 5 degrees.
Old Dirty,
centigrade.
please don't steal the Jägermeister machine. We just
Do it.
got that.
Poe ain't no joke, dude.
We told you. What do you think we're lying? This,
Yeah, I
this
was
is the new improved Opie and Anthony show. We don't mess around here.
Yo, remember how it was over there at the other? Oh, we had free reign, dude.
crazy.
We
No,
were
you had free
We
reign.
were in the stairway.
I love how Old Dirty goes. We had free reign. No, you had free reign, especially when you stole our computer equipment.
Yo,
and
I thought
and
we
phone
got past
cards,
all that.
And who knows what else you stole?
Yo, Opie,
we don't even know.
There was an internal investigation and I've been cleared of all charges, dude.
Not all. The phone card thing is still questionable.
No,
But
it ain't.
What about
you found them, dude. What are you talking about?
We did find
we
the
did
phone.
find
Yeah,
All right.
the only one person that believed me was Anthony.
It seems
Ben,
the
what else
mail
was
guy
stolen from the
hid
old
them.
days?
We caught you trying to steal the computer once.
Yeah, you were
Earl
trying to
caught
walk
him.
out with a computer.
No, that's not true.
Earl caught you trying to steal a computer.
What? What are you talking about? When?
Earl was just pissed because he was too lazy to try to steal
You know
it.
what I'm saying? He wanted to go 50-50 on that. Now I'm going to have to drop time on Earl, man. It wasn't a laptop or nothing. I tried the tower. Well, you know.
Could that stinger actually motivate you enough so you'd, I don't know, work?
Anthony, I got a job.
You got a job.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm a driver.
A getaway driver? What kind of driver?
There you go,
Yeah?
dogs. Yep. I got the skills.
What kind of driver?
I transport things that need to be transported.
He can never tell what he does. He can't just tell
Smart.
everybody what he does.
That's why I love this confrontation between him and Master Poe. They both know their job.
Yeah, know
They-
your role.
They both know their business.
Mm-hmm.
Master Poe does not like you.
I think he does. I think he does.
There's no like or dislike with Master Poe.
There's respect.
It's not a like-dislike thing. It's his job. He's professional.
Yeah.
And he will do his job. He would punch you and knock you out. He likes you, but if it came
But if he
down
has to,
with
he'll do
part
it.
of his job involved that, he would do it without blinking an eye.
Yeah, all right. So what do you got today, Old Dirty?
I ain't got nothing.
What's on your mind, man?
What's on my mind?
Yeah,
What are we gonna talk about?
We're trying to talk about current events.
Current events, so let's get current on the events, my
How
brother.
did you feel about the election, old
well,
your man didn't win, huh?
Who's my man? They're both full of shit, if you ask me. But I'd rather have the less of two evils, you know. But since Bush started the beef, you gotta finish it.
So you wanted Bush?
No, but you know, I think there was no. Where you gonna go with this thing, Kerry? He's untested, and you know, Bush already started the beef. So
I heard the same argument on Fox News.
Yeah,
sure. Heard it put just this.
What about
this
Bill
way.
O'Reilly? Well, I ain't guilty, but he's $3 million under the table, right? So all of a sudden she's full of shit, dude.
Right.
You know what? You know about office romances. She's under the fucking table, doing head. You know what I mean, dog?
Right.
Oh, let's go to the copy room, baby. Let's do these copies. What? Get on the machine, mama.
And then after a while,
Let's do that.
maybe he finds someone else, and she gets a little pissed off.
And she's ugly too, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pissed
We think there's a tape out there.
of him.
Phone sex
with the
tape.
Phone sex.
Phone sex.
That's
What they were
into.
doing. They were doing the phone. I don't know if they actually. It was never alleged
No, it was
they had
verbal harassment.
had physical contact. It was a phone sex relationship.
But you know what's funny though? The abuse is going on for like, oh my God, it went on for 6 months and I was horrified. I was horrified. I didn't want to go to work. Fuck you. You should have said something the second fucking day it happened. You know what I'm
Second day?
saying? Well, the third
You
day
give
or
him one
whatever.
day?
Yeah, I should have said it the
Give him a
first.
free day.
Yeah, give him a free day like
Never
that.
the first
Yo,
day.
Yeah, she took it for 6 months. Like she didn't like it. She wasn't getting wet between the fucking panties when the homeboy was up there popping all that shit. And now all of a sudden she got paid.
I hear
you, know?
you, B.
You're just
You know?
pissed off that she got paid and you didn't.
Oh, we all getting paid, so son. We all getting paid.
Yeah, you are dressing a little nicer. What the hell's going on with you?
Yeah, son of God, you know, I'm unlimited now.
Do you see there's a reflector
Yeah,
thing
you like that,
on the
right,
front of his
Anthony?
shirt?
Check it.
It's something that changes the picture on his shirt when he moves. It's a subway train that rolls.
You
through
got the
his
graffiti
shirt.
on it, you know what I'm saying? A bygone era, dude.
Yeah, there's two pictures that go back and forth. The first one says not, and the second one says guilty.
There you go. This is to
hologram.
confuse my target while I'm picking the wallet. Yeah, look at this.
So they look at the
Bing,
shirt, get a little
bing.
flustered,
and I'm picking
can
on the
walk
papers.
away.
Nah, I'm not a pickpocket, dude. That's kind of low life type shit.
That is pretty low on the crime totem pole.
Hey, you know, but at the same time, you don't want to get involved in something too big. You gotta be very down low. You gotta be very discreet these days.
What's the crime of choice for being discreet out there?
Yeah, what's
no,
the latest?
no. This you gotta show a little. You gotta be an entrepreneur these days. That's how you say that.
Entrepreneur.
Yeah, you gotta have the entrepreneurial spirit.
I'm an entrepreneur.
You gotta start a little business on the side, you know.
Yeah, what's the latest scam?
Oh, no more scams, dude.
I know what the big scam is out there now. Again, it's making a resurgence. The Metro cards.
Ah,
You're able
wait a
to
minute, what's my Metro
fold.
card?
You're able to fold a dead Metro card in a certain way on the strip, on the black strip, and slide it, and it'll work again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
but I mean that's nickel and dime shit, dog.
That's crackhead stuff.
Hell, for death.
Just trying to get a couple of bucks for another
Yeah,
vial.
for death. For definitely, you know, definitely.
For death.
Of course, for
Yeah.
death, yo.
What's up with the Jaeger, kid?
Blow.
It's freezing
Blow.
up. It's freezing up for you. Here's your shot glass, ready
Oh,
to
it's
go.
ready to go. It doesn't have to
Oh,
preheat
really?
or nothing. No.
You want a shot of Jägermeister?
What do you mean, warm the machine up? Fucking drive.
So there's no scams out there?
Nah,
That the brothers are doing?
I've moved up to.
No, what about the other brothers?
Who that?
Give us something we have to watch out for.
The
being
boys
white.
on the street, what are they doing out there that we might get taken from? Any phone
How you guys
scams?
taking
Don't buy nothing from on the street.
How you guys
Well, we
taking
know
out
that.
Whitey lately?
No, you're not taking out Whitey on the street?
Whitey could be a motherfucking undercover guard.
A lot of
Chill
cops
with
in the
that.
city these days.
You know, like the summer, there wasn't a lot of 5-0. The Yankee games were going on, the playoffs, the U.S. Open. There was no cops on the street.
They're busy.
There were a lot of events in the city. So anti-crime, they was all in the city. And I can appreciate that, dude. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But then, like, after the U.S. Open finished and the Republican convention was over, woo, like roaches coming out from the refrigerator, dog. It was a wrap. Picked up, a lot of brothers went away this year. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A lot of your homeboys,
You know,
yeah.
they got caught up in the mix.
Have you been doing the big pipe cutter trick with the parking meter heads?
Yo, I was coming from doing the laundry one day, and I saw a parking meter, dude, and it was right off the stick, and I was like, am I fucking with this? I go, nah, it's too much of a setup, son. I
Oh,
didn't
it
even
looked
touch
like
it.
something might have been set up ready to go.
So then when I turned the corner, blow, there they were, sitting in the van. And I
waiting.
said, I got you, motherfucker. Not today. It's like playing cat and mouse, though. I love it.
Right. What, it was just sitting out
And
there?
yo, I swear, yo, it was boom. I was like,
How can they
shit, I
arrest
could-
you? How can they arrest you for that if it's
I
just
know.
sitting there?
No, it was off the pole, whatever. And I saw it from a distance. I said, all right, so I'm going to take this to my man's shop. It's going to take me at least 3 days to crack the motherfucker. So I'm thinking about the fucking time to put in to break this shit. But at the same time, I'm thinking, man, it's too easy because these shits just don't fall off the fucking pole.
All right.
It was a wrap, son. I stayed away from it, and thank God, because when I turned the corner, dude, they was right there.
I'm distracted because this guy on the phone is nailing one of the biggest scams out there. Maybe we could get the inside scoop from OD here.
Let me know.
I don't know who this is because your name's not on the screen.
Steve, how you doing?
Hey, Steve, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if Old Dirty's selling chocolate on the street for his basketball team.
Not on the street anymore. They go right to your doors in the suburbs too.
Oh.
What's the deal with the black kids and the candy?
We're raising money for a team and shit.
And they got the note in the plastic. This is going on in New York, probably going on in a lot of
They're
the cities.
selling the big candy bars.
Big candy bars saying they need new uniforms. Or,
Yeah.
Or they need money to travel.
Nah,
what's the deal? Come on.
Well, come on, you gotta have a little, caveat emptor, kid. You know what I'm saying? Buyer beware.
Yo, man.
If you got a brother,
I'm in the
yo,
fifth
what's
grade.
up? We need uniforms. Want to buy a little chocolate?
We're
Blah blah
selling
blah.
candy for my junior high school. You're like 40.
So who sends the little chocolate sellers out there?
I don't know who
Is there-
sends them,
is
but
there a
they're
pimp,
making dough.
like a pimp type guy that's sending these kids out
They
there?
don't
There
call
might
them
be.
chocolate sellers.
Little chocolate sellers.
what
They're
they're
selling.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they're
I
selling
got
Anthony,
candy.
where you
I
going
was
with that?
confused a little at first. I don't know
Yeah.
if he was using some kind of racial slur.
Chocolate lovers.
Goddamn
Ring
golfers.
the fucking bell. That shit was.
What, dude? This is satellite radio. we
what's
don't
wrong
have
with
to worry
that?
about that crap anymore.
Yo, we would have dumped out like an hour already.
Oh, please.
We don't have to be PC here. Now we could tell it like it is.
Tell it like it is.
Yeah, I've seen those guys. You hear the scam though? They're doing it out on Long Island a lot. You drive around in neighborhoods. You look for a car that has the for sale sign in the window, and you go to the front door of the house. And when they open the door, home invasion.
Nah,
If
that's
they open the door for you, or you can have him come out. Hey, could I take a look at the car? And when he comes out, you go in the house.
That's a little. I'm. It's not to say that I'm outside of the loop, but it's I don't believe in committing a violent
That's
felony.
hardcore
dude.
because you got to fuck a guy up.
Yeah, you gotta.
He's not going to stand by. You got
Well,
to
if
punch
you-
him a few times.
Your crime is all about having fun.
Yeah, making a little money on the side too.
Victimless almost.
Almost. No one's really hurt.
Yeah, no one's really getting hurt physically.
Jesus.
You'd steal precious jewels from him or something, but you're not going to hurt him for it.
Nah, but there's different things, and I don't involve myself in anything that I gotta grab somebody and give me the fucking money.
No
for.
physical stuff.
Nah.
No mugging.
Yeah, fuck around and mug, and you fucking try to mug Poe here.
What would happen, right? Imagine the guy,
Shit,
hey,
dude.
he looks like a.
You're gonna have to
easy
jig
mark.
Poe, son. You're gonna have to put him out.
You have to kill him.
Basically.
Because you would get killed. You better have a gun and do it from a distance, right?
But yeah, man, for sure. But
No other
every-
scams though.
Down
Remember
low.
the telephones or nothing. No
Well, I
cell
wanted the phone
scams or-
cards.
I know you wanted the phone cards. All
Remember
right.
there used to be the cell phone scams where if you started using your phone in New York, like a month later you get your bill and there were $10,000 worth of calls to Ecuador because they'd read your phone. But they kind of fixed that, I guess.
Yeah, they fixed that.
How would they read it?
I don't know. They have some kind of device. And when you turned your phone on, if your phone was on and you drove into the city and you're making calls, you were fine. But if you turned your phone on in the city,
It would intercept
people
it?
would have, they'd have these
They
devices.
scan your number,
Yep.
dude, and it's a wrap.
And then
Stand on
they'd,
the
yeah,
corner.
before you know it, they'd stand on the corner with a cloned cell phone, hoo-hoo, and they would collect money from the people, and they'd, here you go, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
What
Just
about
give me,
scanning the credit cards?
Oh, that was another one they were doing for a while.
And you
yeah.
got caught on that one.
I got caught. It
Yeah?
was some guy that worked at that stupid Jekyll and Hyde's restaurant down the road. Went down there, and
It was a huge story in the papers, front page, and Anthony was one of the victims of that.
Yes, I was one of
He
the
had one of the
victims.
handhelds. You never let him. You never lose sight, dude. As soon as they come out with that handheld, yo, give my car, man. What you doing with
That's
that?
what he did. He took the card and then he went away. And he went
Yeah,
and swiped the
he
card,
swiped it
rung up
twice.
the bill and everything, and then he had one in his apron. He had the little card reader. Whoosh, he swiped it. And I got my bill, and it was $800 worth of cell phone equipment and computer stuff.
Is that how they do it? Because I got ripped off in Brazil.
What an idiot.
No. It didn't happen while I was in Brazil. But with one of the whorehouses I go in, I would pay by credit card.
Yo.
What?
Well, no, I don't mind.
Are you insane?
No, I'm
You're
a good guy.
asking for it.
But I come back to the States. I'm in Montreal, and all of a sudden I'm seeing like $1,100 worth of construction equipment. And all I had to do was just show up at Visa and look at my body. Do I look like I've ever built shit in my life?
Was it somebody down there? That
Oh
used
yeah,
to-
they ruined. They knocked off all charges. They're good with that stuff. They know what happens.
But you know damn well it was the whorehouse.
No, because there was a lot of restaurants. The whorehouse might not.
I would think you would pay in cash.
You could do that
Girl.
too, but I like
Credit card.
I like playing. You have to pay for the
I
girl.
like leaving a paper trail of my horse.
You know what I mean?
Dude, I pay for the room on credit, but you have to pay for the girl. But cash. Her money is reals. Yes, but no, it could have been anywhere. It could have been any little place you went to
Yeah,
for
I
dinner.
guess so. They got me at, right here in New York.
Yeah, you know what? The Big Apple.
Hey, Norton.
Yes.
How were the Brazilian bitches, my brother?
Amazing.
Oh.
There was the best prostitution ever, and I got to say, there was one named Usla who I did hit 2 days in a row without a bag. Hoo.
See,
Whoa,
I would
Norton,
Yeah.
dude.
Brazil. Yeah.
What
not,
are you doing?
Not much AIDS down in Brazil.
That's what I'm saying, Ant.
Shit, you catch that shit out there, you catch a cold, son.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, but he won't eat out of someone else's cereal bowl.
No, it's gross.
That's good.
Isn't that insane?
But he'll hit
This
a
guy will-
prostitute
I
raw.
flew back, and AIDS can't live above 20,000 feet.
I was taking 100 milligram Viagras and going out and picking off 3 a night. I couldn't even come. It's you can't dump when you're on 100 milligrams
Wow.
of Viagra.
Well, speaking of that, there's an unbelievable story in where is that story?
Yeah, a little ditty.
Ooh.
Some guy is
Sex
suing because he has persistent erections.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
Well, there's this. First of all, he's going to Dr. Farhad Mohibin.
Yes.
Mohibin. Farhad Mohibin. He was placed on probation for 5 years. 5 years probation. He had this little medical center where he would cure men of erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, and other problems. And his promise was sex for life for older guys. You know, you could have sex for the rest of your life. Doesn't matter if you're old. You'll get erections, and if you have premature ejaculation, it'll cure that up for you. He put a needle. Oh.
That's like the free clinic right there.
Something in the in the guy's schlong, and the guy wound up getting persistent erection syndrome. He would just get an erection out of nowhere, and it would just last for hours on end, and he would be in complete pain. And they say that could be very dangerous. Your penis could turn black and fall off. Wow! Because it's nothing but plugged up blood vessel that's holding the blood in your schlong, and it's got to be able to release it and get reoxygenated. But this poor guy, first of all, he's just getting a needle in your schlong.
And one
Thank
needle,
you,
like
no.
right through the
yeah.
What,
No, I
through
think
the
they
tip?
put it in the sides,
To
and
the scrotum?
the
Oh.
into the blood
Shaft.
chambers in the side.
You guys sell the
Ow, I gotta
Viagra on the
grab
street?
it now.
Oh, it was $10 a pop. Now it's down to $5.
What?
Supply and
The
demand.
Viagra.
Viagra on the street.
Oh, yeah.
Viagra clogs your head too much. You know what's phenomenal? Cialis. It stays in your system for like 2 or 3 days. I don't know how it knows, but man, when you need it, Cialis. Yeah, it's like a pill with a cape. It just shows up. It's phenomenal stuff. Levitra's great too. I don't like Viagra. Levitra's really good, but it clogs your nose up.
What about that stuff you buy at the Chinese places?
That's
though?
not as good. That's herbal, and I like you want a hardcore
What gives you the most raging hard-on?
100 milligram Viagra. Oh, then again, Levitra is good. Levitra 100 milligrams of
Fucking
Viagra.
Norton.
You can't breathe for a week. It ruins your sinuses.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just
It might
swelling.
be
Everything's thick and heavy and laden with blood.
It must be the high blood pressure caused by the pharmaceuticals.
You see a blue
probably
tint sometimes on Viagra, which is very normal, and you get a splitting headache. But man, if you want to pop off,
Holy stroke!
you want 3 whores in a row, 100 milligrams. Pop.
You
I would
see
go.
a blue tinge like a halo
They've
in
been
your
saying
vision.
that. Yeah, they've been saying that for years.
I would bang
Ever s-
one, go down, get another one, bang. Patrice was bringing them up 2, 3 at a time. You've never seen addiction like this. Patrice opening his robe and having a 10 just lick his nipples in the bar area. It was disgraceful.
He was banging cocktail waitresses 2 at a time.
Wow, it didn't sound like Patrice, but okay.
So the brothers
Damn.
are selling this stuff on the street?
Oh yeah, now pharmaceuticals are big on the street now.
You get them in Canada
Oxycontin.
all cheap, and
The
then you bring them
Oxy
down
is
here.
the number one
You know what I'm saying?
drug out there right now.
Yeah,
the
B.
Oxycontin.
But yo, you know
Oh,
what's
that's
made?
that's the Valium for the new century. Yeah,
But you know what's made a resurgence? Heroin, dude.
Yep.
heroin is always making a resurgence.
It
never
falls
goes
and then
away.
like it comes up again, but now it's like super hot on the street, dude.
Really,
Super duper hot on the street.
it seems to have gotten out of Hollywood though.
It's definitely
Like
well,
Hollywood, I think OxyContin. Everybody loves that stuff.
Yeah, dude. Like, but now it's out of hand, dude. On the
You ever try the horse?
No.
No.
Let me tell you something. Viagra, fuck that. Smoke a blunt and drink a 40, and you're gonna bone and bang, and she's gonna love you.
You
dude.
got to go old
Trust me.
school, right?
Old
bro?
school.
Old school.
Keep it out natural, son. With the
Get some of
herbals.
that Barry White
You know?
playing.
Shit.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby.
Jimmy was getting girls that were like
in Brazil, dude.
Yeah, I don't understand.
And he went raw.
I don't know. Why do you need Viagra?
It's not that you need it. It's just that sometimes you want to pop off a couple.
Yeah, you want to perform. I can understand.
You just want to ugh. You don't want to just sit there and flounder and please touch my nose. You know, you just want to just really be a like me and Patrice were standing at the bar in Rio in this whorehouse, and we're both wearing robes and flip flops. And I popped the Viagra, and my mule was just a huge tent in my robe, and me and him are just looking at it, realizing we're in Sodom and Gomorrah, and we're just laughing. We're just laughing at this
They're just
obscene.
sticking straight out.
And the chicks all know. They go, Viagra, Viagra. They know. They can look at me and understand. But it's so hot, a girl will just rub your leg, and you just get this pulsating and gorged erection. It's fantastic.
That's great.
And a regular erection's fine, but you can't come again right after. You can't get it up right after. That's the beauty of Viagra.
But it don't stay hard after like you do the Viagra.
Nah, but you're ready to go shortly after.
Hey,
also okay.
Damn.
We have another story.
Hey, look who's on TV.
Who that?
Well, he really
boss
just
is sitting next to him.
Who?
Kevin Straley's right on TV.
Where's
right
Kevin?
now. He was sitting next to on ESPN too.
A buddy of mine. Oh.
Oh yeah, there's some kind of
doing a thing about talk radio and sports on Cold Pizza.
Where's Kevin? Oh, there's Kevin.
Is this live?
Ugh.
Is this a live show?
Yeah.
Jay Clark.
And there's the guy that wanted to hire us really bad, but
Did you see him make the
there he is.
wacky eyes on TV? Ugh.
And there's Kevin Straley. We're meeting with Kevin in 15 minutes, so you better hurry up.
Kevin
with this
should lean
interview.
over and just start choking Jay.
Yeah, we're making out with him.
That'd be even
really
better.
funny.
With that little gray beard on him.
That stupid C. Everett Koop face makes me sick.
ESPN 2, if you're listening to us live, Cold Pizza.
So he's going to come from this?
Yeah.
He's coming from this.
Yeah.
All right. He's downtown then.
Oh, we better not have to wait too long for a meeting.
Well,
with
you'll
this
wait
guy.
as long as it takes until he gets here, because you guys have really been annoying Washington.
I
lately.
thought Elo was supposed to be on this too.
Well, Elo would have been
Where's
a much
Elo?
better choice than Kevin. I mean, nothing against Kevin, but
He's
he looks
probably-
too nice on this show.
And he probably won't shut up about the
Oh, and
goddamn
there's-
Red Sox.
And there's Michael Harrison, who loves talking about us in Talker Magazine. Actually,
Why, does
he's
he
been-
hate you guys or
no?
likes
He's
you?
actually been pretty cool to us
All right.
over the years.
I
Another
would hope so.
It looks like Jeffrey Tamborn with the
I know. We're watching
with an
TV.
Einstein wig on.
Yeah, we're watching TV. That it's just whatever. Well, maybe we'll get the audio played on Monday or something. One more story, Old Dirty. What do you
right.
think of our buddy Bill Maher with the African princess?
baby.
What? I didn't see that. Let me peek
Ebony
that. Oh.
Love.
X accuses HBO star of physical abuse, degrading racial comments. Comedian Bill Maher was slapped yesterday with a $9 million palimony suit by an ex-girlfriend who alleges that the HBO
Palimony.
star subjected her to physical and verbal abuse, including insulting, humiliating, and degrading racial comments.
Kevin looks like he's got his back-to-school haircut as a kid.
You know he got that haircut because he
Just for TV.
Because he was going
Yeah.
to be on TV today.
Wow. How long has McGreevy been working for XM Radio? Jesus, what a sissy.
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, wow.
That was really funny.
I would love to know what he's saying right now.
But you know, just the same way that going back to Opie's story, just a quick comment. The same way for a black man, a white woman was like, oh, that's the prize. I guess for a white man, a woman of color is also a prize because of the thickness involved and
thickness.
No, and when you went to Brazil, my man, there's thickness there, my
I'll
man.
be honest, there was a lot of really nice dumpers. You got to be careful down there because the tranny operations are so good. You got to
What?
watch.
Are you kidding
Number
me?
one place in the world for sexual reassignment surgery. Maybe it's applied to John Hopkins and been refused. It's the
So they go to Brazil and make $1 million.
Yeah, they do. That's where they do all the surgery down there because there's no regulations down there. They just, you take a needle off the street and just shoot it into someone's tits with silicone in it. There's no medical regulations. So the sexual reassignment surgery is very good down there, I hear.
And it'll look like a regular vag, and then...
I'm so paranoid about that, though. I pointed to a bunch of them. I used to be a guy. They're all like, no, you didn't.
I mean, yo, a good way to do it is like, take a sniff, dude. If it smells like fish, we're in there. If it don't, we out.
Yeah, but one thing I
mean,
noticed...
you gotta smell pussy, right? Pussy got a certain...
Maybe the girls you're with,
Yeah.
what the hell
But
is that?
I mean, all right, it's not gonna smell like a fish market, but a vagina
have
has
a
a certain
stink to it.
funk that gets a brother funky. Like I smell it and I'm like, ooh, I want to hit that. You know, like, oh yeah, baby. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, no?
I do.
Boy's a
I
freak.
mean, I like the armpit smell on certain girls. I'm a real pervert.
Are you serious?
Certain girls only. Chemically, it has to hit me. But there are some girls I'll lick their armpits if they're sexy enough.
Yo, no, and a couple of days ago, this girl was like, ooh, I was banging her and shit, and she was like, oh, put it in my armpit. That's in your
Axillism.
armpit. That's what is that?
Axillism.
What's that when you don't show up for your gigs in Philadelphia until 3 hours late because your wig fell off? You psychotic has-been fuck.
You fucking noise.
That's great.
You so lost me on that one.
Oh.
Wow. Axel.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Licking armpits, but he won't eat out of that fucking bowl that someone
And
brought
I
in
won't.
for
I
him.
won't put my mule in an armpit. That's disgusting. It's silly, and there's going to be stubble.
Yeah, axillism is when you have the fetish of having sex with armpits.
Yeah.
So she was like, oh, put it in my armpit. So I'm like, I'm
She did
behind
not.
her.
She really wanted that?
Dude, I was all up in the armpit, son.
Was she
It
doing
was
this the whole
all
time?
up in the armpit.
Was she
dude.
doing this?
Raised her elbow up and down. It went.
So I was like, yo.
That's a little laugh, a little chuckle.
Oh, that's funny.
But the arm, I was bugging out. But she
I
was
guess.
very freaky, son.
Do you mind hairy armpits? There's one dominatrix I know has hairy armpits, and she doesn't wear deodorant.
Oh,
So I swear to God, I'll smell and lick her armpits.
Well, actually,
Holy Jesus, stop it. Wait a minute. Wait.
Holy Jesus, Palomino!
You're
Yo, no.
kidding.
No,
You're kidding.
no.
A girl with unshaven armpits that doesn't wear deodorant, you lick her hairy armpit.
This is an extraordinarily rare thing for me to like. There's maybe 3 or 4 women in my life I've met that turn me on like that. There has to be a certain chemistry. On most people, I would find it as revolting as you do.
Chemistry.
Yeah, for me, chemically, if that body scent hits me like that, it's very rare that it does. But if it does, I can do it. But on most women, I can't.
You are an animal. You are like an
You are.
animal with these smells. I can just see you like putting your nose up a chick's ass when she comes in before you pay her. And then doing that dog lick thing that they do. And the other one will turn around and look like, hey, what are you doing back there? And they'll like put their hindquarters down a little bit. And then they do this. Oh, you creature!
It's the pheromones.
Yeah, of course it is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
kid.
there you go, Opie. You know what I mean? It's
All right.
educational.
Well, good. Dr. Old Dirty is enlightening us.
It's the pheromones.
That
for
is
sure.
really twisted. The armpit.
Yeah,
hairy
but
arm.
again, that's such a it has to hit me chemically. It's not like some chicken just show up like that because most of them smell awful. Like it's like ugh. But
Yeah.
occasionally you'll get one that just really hits you. Oh, The ass smell can be really hot.
See, he likes the,
Only on certain girls. Sometimes it reeks and it's disgusting.
I just hate the smells in general, though, man.
When a girl's
You
been
gotta get
peeing
down
all
there.
day, and it
Yeah.
gets trapped in there, that smell.
That's funky
The
right
urine
there.
smell.
You lost me.
Smells like bicycle seat.
That's the funk, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anything else you want to get off your mind there? Wow, OD?
Damn, bro, not really, nothing coming to mind. Yeah,
Pretty good-
my man Ben is the best, dude. He just feeding the Jaeger.
Pretty good first appearance, I must say. Very nice.
Am I getting positive reviews?
Jim from Tennessee. Jim, what's up? Yeah, dude, we're nationwide now.
Yo, coast to coast.
Coast to coast, every corner
That's
of
what I'm
America and
talking
parts of
about,
Canada. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, that thing with Jimmy talking about licking them armpits, well, that is number one on the list. It's a precursor to licking ass. It's unbelievable. As long as she hadn't used deodorant, and then you get that nasty ass aluminum.
Yes.
Aluminum taste in your mouth that lasts for like 3-4 days, but it is.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a little white ball off the armpit hair, like a little deodorant buildup. It's got to be nice and natural.
Yeah, I mean, she's got to be clean, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a body smell, not dirt.
Yeah, exactly. It's just wonderful, man. It is.
It can be very hot.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Then right afterwards is whenever you go around, and then you start from the ass to the pussy, and then the ass to the pussy, and then, oh, man.
That's right. You just drag that bacteria all over, back and forth, like a mop. Your tongue's like a mop.
In your face.
All right. Thank you, Jim. There he goes. A guy that likes that as well.
They're coming out of the woodwork.
We're getting reports from what Kevin Straley said.
All right.
On the show.
Yeah.
He said it's all about the talent. We've signed Opie and Anthony, two guys from the younger set who beat out or at least matched Howard in ratings, who are the true pioneers in this medium. Thank you, Kevin.
Kevin, come on.
With his haircut. His fresh
right.
haircut probably had that smell of the blue stuff the barber puts in it, puts the combs
Yeah,
in.
the club mint.
And it gave him a piece of Bazooka Joe gum and sent him on his way.
And then he stood up and went, I'm a gay American.
No, he's not gay. Come on now.
McGreevy. What? Yo, dude. That was.
I will have the audio Monday.
Yeah.
We're getting publicity every day, OD. We're the
I'm all right
pioneers
with
of
the-
satellite radio.
With the say, yo, how
You're
can I
looking at
get
'em.
me a
We're
satellite?
the first ones
dog?
right here.
Where am I gonna get me a satellite,
Ben
dude?
has them.
Just
Ben.
look for an Escalade. They all have them.
That's right.
Go
It
get
comes
your own.
automatic.
Go get your own.
People
What time?
commenting.
How much time we got? Not much. Go ahead, Ant.
Phil from Philly just says,
2 minutes.
effing Christ, ugh, and stop, I'm trying to eat here. People aren't really...
Maybe he's having a Reuben. He can relate to it. I'm telling you, you guys are missing out, man. It's really
Tell him,
sexy.
Norton. Tell him,
And it's
Norton.
not on everyone. I'm not saying I like it on everyone, but when I like it, I really like it.
Let's do a little what do we learn real fast. Joe from New
Oh, I
York,
missed
go.
that. I missed
go,
that.
go, Joe.
Okay, I just learned today that you could get supplies by a smut puddler.
Oh, you got me. Thank you on that one.
Jim, your logic is like saying, some guys' schlongs I wouldn't suck, but, it's got to be special.
Attaboy, Ant.
Now you understand. Doughboy, what did you learn?
I learned that you will be comb your hair with M80.
Yeah. I should have combed my hair before I was on TV last night, I guess. Chris from Jersey, what's up, buddy? Chris, go fast. Come on.
I learned that if it smells like a fish market, it's good ass pussy.
That's very good. Rob from Long Island, what's up?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi, Boo Boo.
Hi.
Okay. I learned that if you're gonna tell a funny tidbit, it better end with a retard getting his tongue stuck in an escalator.
Very
You
good.
did learn something.
Hey, sure did. Cody from Buffalo, I learned today that boo-hoo-hoo sounds just like hoo-hoo, but with a boo in front of it. And Spill from Jersey, I learned Master Poe walks around with a towel around his neck. We want to thank Old Dirty for stopping on by today.
It was good seeing you, brothers,
friend.
y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Always a pleasure.
Hell yeah.
We'll invite you back. A lot of the old people from the old show, they've
You know
been
what I
bombing horribly. And they're
Word.
no longer part of our show, yeah.
But you want to know something?
Huh.
2 years ago, I didn't get it, but I got it now. We'll talk after the air.
What?
Yeah. The
ninja?
I think I need another shot of Jägermeister.
Oh, he's getting all wound up.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm drunk.
He's all jacked up on
2
this.
more shots and he put his finger in Poe's face. Motherfucker,
Yo,
I don't
Paul,
sit with
what's up,
tape.
nigga? What?
And you like that new product? What was that you were drinking?
YJ Stinger from the makers of Stacker 2.
It's good, actually.
It's giving you a
Yeah,
nice
you know
little.
it is.
It's giving you a little. It's giving you a boost.
Yeah, I'm ready to lick armpits all day, my brother.
That should be the commercial. Are you tired and want to eat an ass? Drink this.
Steve from Jersey, what's up? Real fast.
Hey, I learned today that you guys don't have writers to make you funny, and it shows.
That's what
Right.
we said. Yeah, we admitted that.
Bye, Steve.
All right.
Peace.
And I guess that's it for today and this week. We'll see you Monday.
Bye.
How do you propose we get an entire nation to sit through a massive dick joke?
The Opie and Anthony Show.
You know what I hate? When you're driving and you pick up a friend and they get in and they don't buckle their seatbelt up like right away, but they will like 10 minutes into the drive after you have some goofy turn. Without saying anything to you, they'll just, pull that belt down. Oh, you got a problem all of a sudden? So what I do, as they're looking down, I go, these darn mosquitoes. I don't know why I let them bother me like that. I really shouldn't.
Yes, indeedy, boy. I got a jaywalking ticket yesterday. Motherfuckers ain't got shit better to do than to fuck with you for jaywalking. That lets you know how deep the government in your business. How the fuck else I'm gonna get across the street? Whoa! You know what I'm saying? You're jaywalking. Well, ain't that a bitch? It's like the first motherfucker that did that shit, his name must have been Jay. You know what I'm saying? Jay's like, I'm tired of being the last one at the bank. Fuck it, I'm going now. Little cop there with his whistle. Hey, Jay, hey, in my hands? Fuck your hand. I'm going to the bank. Then everybody else. Hey, Jay's always the first one in line. Let's go when Jay goes. You know, shit became an epidemic. They're all jaywalking. You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do when somebody in a wheelchair do it? Call it Mike Rolling?
Just when you had time to take a breather, XM Satellite Radio brings you right off the bench.
1 minute the passing lane was open. The next minute, he's
Get that weak stuff out of here. You hear that sound?
He shoots. This is the hook
It's time to take off the warm-ups. College basketball on XM Satellite Radio. We have ACC, Big Ten, and Pac-10 round ball, baby. It'll be a full slate on channels 180 through 188. Huge rivalries. ACC, North Carolina and Duke. Yeah, Hills. Yeah, Hills. Blue Devils. Blue Devils. Arizona, UCLA. Go Cats. Go Cats. Yeah, Bruins. Yeah, Bruins. Indiana and Purdue. Hoosiers. Boilermakers. 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 Oh, yeah, and we have much more. All season long, we're taking it hard to the hoop.
The defensive pressure continues. That was
With college basketball on XM Satellite Radio, it's the ACC, Big Ten, and the Pac-10. College basketball on channels 180 through 188 on XM Satellite Radio. No one will outscore us.
100 channels of crystal clear digital audio. XM Satellite Radio. Radio to the power of X.